in its execution even. Like that, I mean, there's a bunch of indie scene games that came through that are even better just in execution. And so I'm sorry, and that's not even in the same genre. But there wasn't even a story in Castle Crashers. But I would pitch Castle Crashers over Firewatch, which is ridiculous. That's how you know that it's not even that good of a game in its own genre. But I want them to make more games like this. I call them movie games. I want them to make more movie games like this. So I give it like an 8. I really feel that Firewatch was an 8. I enjoyed it when I played it. I did. But at the end of it, I was like, yeah, but I played like 10 better games than this, though. And it made me want to play all of those other games rather than it.
Mystery in its plot. Just when I thought I'd figured out the plot, there's another twist that had me...
And it's weird. It's funny. I always fall like the user metascore. I almost always do. I usually fall like right around the same decimal almost. It's like I would have rated a 7. They said 7.2. That's generous for me. That's generous for this game because the graphics weren't even good for when they were released. Even for I've seen much more beautiful indie scene games than Firewatch. They got what they needed to make the game possible, but I've seen better graphics in the indie scene. For example, Life is Beautiful had far superior graphics, far superior graphics to fucking Firewatch. Like Life is Beautiful was clearly graphical superior to Firewatch, and I don't think it set a good example. Sable was clearly graphically superior to Firewatch, but I guarantee Firewatch sits right up with these games, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Second guessing
these graphics are based, the story was based, the music was based, it was very linear, it was a walking sim, etc.
Trying to figure out the mystery.
I gotta stop stalking this toddler. I gotta stop doing it. I mean, it's an easy toddler. Like, this game did not stand up, no.
In the scenes. Now, despite the game receiving high praise, the ending has
also, I don't know. I mean, Firewatch stays with you, however. And he was right. It does stay with you. It's a game that stays with you. He absolutely is right. It qualifies for the criteria that he specified. It actually does really stay with you. I would say Firewatch stays with you, and I don't know why. But it does. I would say Firewatch definitely does stay with you for some reason. And that's why I'm saying it's a good game. It's like an 8, a 7, or an 8, because it's worth buying because it does stay with you, and that whatever makes it memorable, like Life is Beautiful, whatever that is. Even though Life is Beautiful was like the most hipster douchebag thing I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life, kind of like Firewatch. Firewatch was hipster douchebag too. And so I'm just like, if these indie scene games are going to be hipster douchebag, then you better fucking, I mean, I don't know. I felt like The Walking Dead was fairly hipster douchebag for despite how cold of a premise it was. And I felt that had a better execution for some reason. Clementine and the father figure dude, I forget his name. Like, all the twists and turns and stuff. I enjoyed The Walking Dead Chapter 1 a lot more than Life is Beautiful or Firewatch. I enjoyed other emo games, kind of like Metal Gear Solid 2 is a really story-based emo game, kind of like this, where you can't trust the Colonel kind of thing. It's kind of crazy. And I know where they got Firewatch's thing. It's from Metal Gear Solid 2. And so one of the reasons why I keep quoting Metal Gear Solid 2 is because when I think of the twists in this game, I think, oh yeah, that premise they stole from Metal Gear Solid 2 that did it way, way better. But I mean, Metal Gear Solid 2 was corporate by the time Metal Gear Solid 2 came out. They weren't really. Metal Gear Solid 1, I mean, they had... I mean, it was Konami. We loved them. We believed in them. But I don't think they had the interest until Metal Gear Solid 2 on the PlayStation 2, and then they did. Metal Gear Solid 1 was a cult classic. 2 was a full-blown mainstream blockbuster, right? And so by 2, you could make the argument that Metal Gear Solid 2 was not in the indie scene by the time it came out. It was not in the indie scene. It was full-blown triple anus, right? But I know that everybody gave Firewatch this credit for having this twist ending and stuff. But I know where they got that from. It's from the Colonel in Metal Gear Solid, who always betrays you at the end.
Without spoiling anything.
Or the AI. You find out that all your friends are AI and that you don't know who they are. and they're just lying to you for Big Boss or whatever. It's always that weird twist ending, and they've been doing that since Metal Gear Solid 1. And so Firewatch got all this credit that I'm not so sure it really deserves. It was not innovative. That twist that they do, we've seen that before. It was the Metal Gear Solid twist, and they shamelessly stole it, like it was like an M. Night Shyamalan ending that they wanted to, capitalize off of, and it wasn't that impressive to me. I'm frank about that. I'm gonna stop being negative.
Some say that the game is underwhelming.
It's underwhelming, yeah.
For me, I can say that it definitely left me wanting more.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was a bad ending.
It wasn't a bad ending. It wasn't a bad game. No. It's at least an 8. It's at least an 8. I gave it a personal 7, and I think it's I see it like the Metacritic, right? I give it a personal 7, but I think it should fall 8 for user score is 7. Metacritic should be 8, and that's where it fell. That's where it fell.
And it's one of the biggest
That's
reasons
exactly
the
where it
game
fell.
Stuck with me all these years later.
Yeah, and it stays with you. The name Firewatch is gonna ring out. People will remember. They will remember. So that makes it a point higher than I think, because they obviously did something right that I can't put my finger on it that made it memorable. I don't know. In 10 years, I'm going to be like, ugh, but in 10 years, I'm going to remember it badly. I'm going to remember it being like, ugh, Firewatch. No, So I don't know. Maybe it's memorable for being sort of lackluster. I can't believe this fucking guy's name is Microsoft.
Do highly recommend anyone to play through this game, because the feelings it evokes is entirely unique.
Was that the end of it? No, you're talking... Oh, no. I don't like this video anymore. I'm terribly sorry. You took me down a path I didn't really like. I'm terribly sorry. Here's wavy web surf with real-life superheroes that became criminals.
Examining when superhero obsessions go a bit too far. Believe it or not, every day people dress up as fictional superheroes.
There was a lot better games that you remember than those pieces of crap. Oh, there's so many better games that you remember. I could do a really good video about that. Games that you remember, right? Games that you remember. They might not even be that good, but games that you fucking remember, right? Bubble Bobble. Super Street Fighter 2 Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo on the PlayStation 1. Or better known as Super Bust-A-Move, I think. Something like that. There's like a whole bunch of names for that. Super Puzzle Fighter 2. Wetrix. Did you guys ever see Wetrix? It was a wonderful Tetris game based around water physics on the Nintendo 64. It needs to be remade because it was a really good game. Wetrix. And Mischief Makers on the Nintendo 64. And Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Criminal activity.
All superior to everything that he chose on his list.
And engage in vigilante justice while wearing eccentric costumes. However, in the... You
guys want to see Wetrix? I'll show you Wetrix. Wetrix is like one of the greatest puzzle games ever made, and it was on the Nintendo 64 in the worst era it ever possibly could have been. Wetrix should have been remembered for the ages, but people forgot, and they shouldn't have. I'll show you Wetrix. It's an amazing puzzle game. I've never met a puzzle player who didn't go gaga the second they saw it. And even my mother, it was like, Wetrix is so fucking good. Yeah, they redid it on the Dreamcast gameplay, right? Wetrix was it was a little bit better on the Dreamcast. It played better on the Dreamcast than it was on the N64, but it still didn't play well. The machines didn't have the hardware to be able to do water physics very well back then, so they couldn't really make the game too good with the hardware back then. But Wetrix should make a return. It should. Oh, I love that sound. It's gonna give me a fucking orgasm. Ah. Yeah. Do video games turn you on like they turn me on? I'm kidding. The music was classic. The gameplay was classic. Shit was amazing. Here we go. Design and develop, right? So, oh, too loud. Sorry. Ugh, blasty. So, yeah, you have a box, and you can raise or lower the field as you get raise or lower pieces that are exactly like Tetris pieces, right? And and the rain falls slowly, and you want to gather as much puddles as you can get with the pieces that they give you. Some go up, some go down. You can create like bumps in the terrain to make rivers and valleys and stuff. Tell me that this game isn't better than fucking Firewatch. This game is far far better game that you remember that wasn't good, right? And now it takes a while to understand how really good it gets, so we'll skip it forward in a second here. Give me just a second. I gotta follow this XP party, right? But yeah, Wetrix, motherfucker. Or Grand Theft Auto 2. It was very memorable, but not that good. Like, whatever. Like, I don't know. I would say games that are memorable, but not that good, right? Wetrix was huge. Conkers wasn't that good, but it was fucking memorable. Yep, you see, and so now he's got 2 troughs that are going to gather water as the rain starts to fall. And you start getting these modifiers that make the rain heavier. You can even get like thunderstorms going and shit like that, right? Oh, I don't have a food. Oops, there we go. Yeah. Yep, and so now we'll skip it forward about 5 minutes. Or no, I guess it was over for him. Yeah. Or whatever. Yeah, this is the gameplay, but it gets faster, right? The water comes down faster. The longer you go, the higher level you go, the more points you get, the faster the rain falls, and the more you have to gather and create deeper and deeper fissures and pools of like pottery holes that gather the water and stuff. And the more water you have at the end, when your timer's up and it calculates, it's like, oh my god, you have so much water. Why do we have a rabbit? See, it gets all hard. All this water starts falling. And you're like, oh no. Oh no, I gotta connect this one. I gotta dig this trough. Oh no, and it's all this like architecture shit, and you're like, oh no, I've got to do the eastern wall now. The eastern wall's gonna dump it all. No, 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 and it won't give you the pieces that you totally need sometimes. And you gotta dig deeper, like a bigger trench sometimes, and it's so good. It was so good for its time. I was so addicted to this game. I didn't play it a lot, but when I did play it, I fucking remembered it. I was like, yeah, well made, genuinely fucking extremely good puzzle game, and it was like, you know, memorable. You don't forget Wetrix. It was you know, it stands the fuck out. You know, it stood on its own value. I don't think it even made much money. It was just well made, period. Like Tetris. It was from the Tetris people. Or not the Tetris people, but it was they bought like part of the Tetris IP so they could do Wetrix and try to expand Tetris, which is such a cool design. That's such a good idea. It's such a cool, like, you know, such a cool plan, like, to try and bring more Tetris to people, because Tetris to me is the greatest game ever made, you know. Well, chess is the greatest game ever made, but right after it is Tetris, you know. I really feel that way. I feel Tetris even has life lessons in it and stuff like that, about how to pack stuff and how to do things, and how to wait for things, and how to, like, you know, not be this like instant gratification person. There's all these life lessons in Tetris. Even Tetris was, I think, the greatest game ever made. That's where it falls for me anyways. It's weird, but I do feel that way. I think Tetris is the greatest game ever made. And you're like, no, I can't hold water anymore. No. And you have this like terrible Fortnite moment. You're like, I'm not making it off the island. No. And you like freak out. You're like, no. And then the water just comes and it's like splash, you lose. Beginner. And you're like, what? Motherfucking game just insulted my fucking performance. What? And it's like, you're a beginner. And you're like, what? And you're like, so you go back and you're like, what just happened to me? And you're like, you start digging more trenches. And you're like, what the fuck, this game? I can't stop playing this game. That's how you know it's like a really genuinely fucking good game. Yep, and you're like, oh, okay, so, oh, okay, you start to learn a little bit more. You're like, no, maybe I shouldn't do that, because then the water will just flow off the edge, right? And you're like, oh, I should have T-shaped just the middle, only the middles, not the corners. You don't want the corners, that's wasteful. You want middle with the T-piece. You want, because it makes a box, right? You start looking at box physics. You're like, oh, build a box here or build a box here. You don't ever want a little like opening right here. You want this out here, and then you start seeing the strategy of it. Oh, oops, I did not catch up. Ooh, where are they? I thought we were over. Damn, they walked a long way. Shit. I hope I don't aggro. Splash, you hear the splash, splash. Oh man, I got a big puddle going now. You see how addictive this game could actually be? You can put all kinds of trippy stuff in the background with PlayStation 5 graphics now, like Tetris Evolved did. And like, you know, and this game needs to be resurrected. It absolutely does. And you never forget this game once you play it. You're like, oh yeah, it's a perfect puzzle game. It plays perfectly when you understand it. You're like, oh man, I could just play this game forever with a friend. It's great. Yeah. It looked like crap on but imagine with the proper water graphics and the proper water physics and the right like claymation like wall stuff to make all the stuff, maybe some dirt and water and snow and water and sand and stuff like that. You can make this so beautifully and cool. This game needs to be resurrected really bad. You're like, oh no, the entire pool is going out the north end. I need a box. I need it. And the game's like, nope, it's Tetris. You might not get the piece that you need. You know, you might not get it when you need it. So plan for the future. You should have blocked off the whole rim first before you ever bother about making it this big. You should definitely get the rim done. You know what I'm saying? And then he's not thinking about the basic requirement to even not have that water exit at level like at the first tier, you know, all that. And this is even that much tiers, right? It tiers up to like 12 tiers or something like that. It builds really tall, surprisingly tall, and so he's only got tier 1 right now, right? He's got like 12 levels to go before he's actually playing the game, and he thinks that it's hard, but it's not. You have to do a box on the first tier. You have to, or you're just gonna drain out one end like this and lose the game. And whoever's playing this game isn't very intelligent, I don't think. See it? They're not even thinking about it. They're dropping water and stuff. Now, he needs to plug the hole, but he didn't because he's bad. Do you see it? He needs to plug the hole right there, but he didn't, and he's bad, and it's bothering me. I'm going to stop watching him.
Life heroes have found themselves behind bars for crossing law enforcement, and others would even take a darker path, becoming villains and committing
the
crimes.
smash button guy, the smash axe guy. He turned out to be a fucking serial killer.
Sponsored by private internet
fucking
access.
nut.
With threatening individuals lurking in all corners of the web, it's important to protect yourself online by using a VPN like private internet access. Private internet access is one of the world's most popular VPNs with over 30 million downloads and 10 plus years of VPN experience. It's easy to use and works on all of your operating systems with just one subscription. I think I'm just fucking throwing this thing around. Hiding your IP address with private internet access makes it to where advertisers and your internet service provider can't track your browsing activity. And it also keeps you anonymous and protected when you're using public Wi-Fi. They've got servers in 91 countries and a dedicated server for each state in the United States. Yeah, so that means you all can switch to the Tennessee server and hang out with your boy digitally. This server switching strategy can be used to bypass regional content blocks, which goes without saying has useful applications for streaming apps. When a show or movie you want to watch is region exclusive, just change your location and bam, now it's watchable. The last thing about private internet access is that this company has a no logs policy, which means they keep none of your information on the back end, and this has been proven in court. So what are you guys waiting for? Take back your online privacy today. Click the link below to get 83% off private internet access. That comes out to just $2.03 a month for the service. And that link will also get you 4 additional months free.
Bitowski Batman.
In a negative way and basically allow this to happen, which makes you
real life Batman.
Or will you be involved in a positive way?
Will you fix it?
Take a stand and say enough is enough.
And say enough. The crime is out of control.
Batman is without a doubt one of the most beloved and revered superheroes of all time. Being the subject of numerous video games,
why
comics,
is Fire
and movies.
Crystal so cheap?
He's also unique from many of his other fictional peers because he has no superpowers, relying solely on a variety of gadgets alongside his own fighting skills. So it's perhaps unsurprising that some overly enthusiastic fans have attempted to mimic this cowled crusader in real life, thinking that they could emulate his heroic antics. This brings us to the case of Mark Wayne Williams, a man who lived in the small town of Harbor Springs, Michigan. In May of 2011, a local news outlet reported that
I'm just gonna
Williams,
stack.
clad in full Batman attire, had the police called on him after
Clad in full Batman attire, something you'll never hear me say or do. Clad in full Batman attire, and that's how you know that he's gone off the deep end, unhinged, full-blown, quite literally, real-life cartoon character. Don't ever let your lives slip away like this, people. Don't ever let the basement or the obsession or the girl or the Batman concept or the fucking quixotic obsession in your life or whatever, don't let it turn you into a slave that dresses like a real life Batman and terrifies the shit out of everybody. Please just stay in your basement. Videotape yourself trying to be Batman and see if you can get girls. Don't go out in public. Don't scare the cops. When I see this, I think, what's he got in the belt? Is there some kind of gas-operated fucking, like, harpoon weapon on him? I better take him down and frisk him. You know, honestly, that's what I think. If I'm a cop, I'm thinking, better frisk him. He's got some kind of nasty weapon that he intends to use on somebody, and he's a criminal. That's literally my first thought, is that somewhere on him is some kind of deadly weapon that he intends to use on somebody, and that he is the criminal, and that I must arrest him immediately. That is my initial thought. And I'm sorry, it probably doesn't get any more positive at any point in this entire story than the initial thought, which is that this man is probably dangerous. He probably has some kind of life-ending weapon on him. If not, he has something that will seriously harm or terrorize somebody, and he intends to use it. You can see the look on his face that he intends to use it, and I think arrest him immediately, get him a therapist, and definitely a 72-hour, this constitutes a reservation, a 72-hour psych wellness check. Now, do I like that we live in a world where I think psych wellness check instead of Superman or whatever, not Superman, but really great mensch or something, right? Like you could also say there's a mensch, somebody who was so upset about the crime in New York or something, that or wherever he lives, that he just really can't handle it anymore. And I understand that whole network thing of I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore. I get it. But you also are a real life fucking cartoon character. Read the fucking room.
To law enforcement.
And this comes from somebody who has been a Lex Luthor, somebody who's been a Kingpin, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who's literally lived a real life supervillain fucking role before. And understand, I woke up and looked in the mirror and been like, Jesus Christ, I am living like Lex Luthor or something like that. And you wake up and you're like, and I was like, I have to stop. I have to stop doing this. I have to stop acting like it's cool to be living like fucking Pablo Escobar or something when I'm 30 fucking 8 years old. And it's just not even cool to act like that anymore. I'm not some 22-year-old outlaw or something. I'm fucking 38 and it's just not that cool. I've got a family that depends on me, and I've got friends that just don't even want me acting like that anymore, who will not give me social credit for it, who are like, you fucking idiot, you did what? You know, shit like that. And you did what? You know, is usually the average response to what I did for about 7 years. It was never, oh man, you're a badass criminal, or you're a drug dealer, or let me sleep with you, or any of that shit like that. Most of the people I knew were scared of me. They were scared of me. They didn't want to be around me. They were scared of me. They thought I could fly off the handle and hurt somebody right then and there. And they were probably right, frankly.
Officials, the man was
just like this guy. And so, yeah, when I'm a cop and I see this, I think, oh, nope, immediate disarm, immediate cavity search, immediate fucking detainment, immediate 72-hour psych hold. And I'm sorry, that's just what I think when I see it. Now, is it okay for him to be in a costume out in the public? Yeah, but you're gonna walk up to him and you're gonna be like, sir, what you doing here tonight? Are you going to a Halloween costume ball? Are you out here doing a Batman skit for a YouTube thing? What is it that you're doing here? And when he says, I'm here to avenge the public and stop the crime, you immediately arrest him and put him on a 72-hour psych hold, because it looks like he's dangerous to me.
Carrying heavy-duty weaponry, such as a baton and other worrying...
Told you.
Melee items. While it wasn't
that will do nothing at all but break the bone Oh, sure, maybe. I assume it's probably a criminal that he eventually attacks. I would hope that the real life Batman would have the decency to only attack a criminal, right? So what's the story here? Is he standing around like some kind of antlion waiting for a fucking mugging or a purse snatching or something to go run at full tilt like Batman to go wail on some criminal with a baton and break probably 6 or 7 of his bones? Do you understand how you're pretty much not much better at that point than the fucking purse snatcher? You're essentially an assault, you're like an assault pitfall that somebody steps in at that point, and then an assault happens. And so the minute that inevitably poor people commit crime, you immediately start breaking bones. And I've just never been that fucking down with superheroes. I've never been that down with the public bitch slap. I've faced assault charges and seen the ravages of the damages in my life before. And yeah, just telling you what the takeaway is. Or sorry, just giving you my impression, my initial impression. That's all.
What he planned on doing that
That's
night.
all.
The fact that he was dressed in a superhero costume led observers to connect the dots and correctly assumed that he was attempting to dole out his own brand of vigilante justice, I guess. He was arrested and charged with trespassing, causing a disturbance, and carrying concealed weaponry, all of which were incredibly serious charges that could land him in quite a bit of trouble.
Oh,
In
God,
response to
yeah.
the accusations against him,
Weapons
he was reported
charges
as stating,
are the worst
quote,
thing
"I
about
realize
America.
This is a serious offense. I honestly
Who the fuck
had
cares
no
about having a
idea that the items
weapon?
I was holding were illegal. I did
Guns,
not intend to
yes.
harm anyone with
Blades,
these
no.
items. I swear that. Bizarrely, this
In
wasn't
public,
even the
yes,
first
not
time
in the
he'd
privacy
done
of your own
something
home.
like this, as
Who the
it had
fuck
been
cares
found
what
that
weapons he
Williams
has? I don't
previously
care about that.
masqueraded as a totally different hero, a supernatural avian
If he's in
themed
public,
crime
yes.
fighter called the Crow. His exploits as this
Oh,
fictional
no,
bird
you're too-
taking place years prior. The
You're too big to be the Crow, dude.
article ends off by claiming Williams was being held
The
on a
Crow was
$20,000
goddamn Brandon Lee was maybe 145 pounds or something like that. And that was the whole aesthetic of the Crow. Skinny, Jack Skellington fucking skinny. Dark, gothic, Jack Skellington type, right? Dead, essentially. Emaciated, bone thin, doesn't need to eat food, isn't really alive, totally skinny. And that dude who wanted to be the Crow, don't try.
bond. He later pleaded guilty to obstructing an officer and was given half a year of probation. A seemingly
Fucking
great
moron.
deal, all things considered. Now, as this story began
That's a good
spreading
deal, yeah.
around, people started referring to him as the Petoskey Batman.
Oh
and the
my
nickname would
God.
stick. While he hadn't hurt anyone or caused any major
No,
damage,
no.
the idea of a grown man
His
running
intentions
around
were
town in
good.
a Batman suit loaded with weapons was something.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a bad premise. It's going to lead to somebody getting harmed, and it's bad. It's evil. It's negative. It's a negative thing. But you're becoming the thing that you hate. You became the thing that you hated, and you didn't see the live long enough to become the villain part of it. You were just the villain. You were just the villain. You know, you acted like a villain here. You should have really thought about it. Batman never would have acted like this. Batman hits the streets because there's no one doing the job of actually pursuing the Joker. You know what I'm saying? You're hitting the streets because you want to assault citizens. There's a big fucking difference. That's probably what they said in court, too.
Something the local government was not all too fond of. And that being said,
they're not
one
fond
of the
of this.
major
They don't like this.
stipulations of Williams' probation was that he was banned from wearing the costume until it was over. This seemed to dampen the spirit of the once passionate vigilante, with it later being reported that he was selling his iconic suit on eBay and quitting the superhero business altogether, with it
Good.
later being sold for around $152. While at the time this was seemingly an
$152.
open and shut case involving
That's what it was worth.
you know, Batman
We
obsessed
attached a
overzealous
price to
citizen
this
trying
according to eBay, and it was the one bit of memorabilia from this event was worth $150. That's what this story is worth, $150. It's kind of like you went and heard a story that your cousin told you or something. It's kind of funny. It's like a local story that has the weight of $152.
to keep the city safe, it was really only the beginning of the Petoskey Batman story. Fast forward to late September of 2012, and Williams once again decided to take up the superhero mantle.
Oh
This time
no!
being accompanied by his girlfriend.
Oh no!
Who was also dressed up in a Batgirl.
She's like, are you kidding me? This turns me on. I love a man in a suit. Somebody who really believes in changing things that's so attractive to women. Yeah. See, one of the few things he was doing that you gotta say was being himself. He was being himself. And women love this. It's funny. You can find a woman anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter what your situation is. You could be a quadriplegic stranded on a fucking boat. You can land a woman out on the boat as a quadriplegic if you just be yourself. See it? It's called confidence, men. You need it. Stop following Andrew Tate and your idiot fucking bullshit insurrectionist traitor Trumps, and just believe in yourself, and you'll do better.
Costume.
If Potemkin Batman or whatever the fuck they were calling him can land her,
This pair would scour the streets.
it's just proof that you can land a fish anywhere, and you must act like yourself to do so. And it was attractive to a woman, a really hot woman. A really hot woman found this incredibly attractive. And she was like, here's somebody who just really believes this society has gotten so bad. You can see what the woman thinks. It's attractive. It's beautiful. It's kind of like what Batman probably gets if Batman were a real person. Women love Batman, right? Because, like, motherfucker, he's just done tired of how bad it's got, and he's ready to stop the rape and the murder and the craziness, and he's ready to throw it all out there and lay it all out and say that and she probably, like, DM'd him, and she was like, were you intending to hurt people or anything? Just gotta know. I gotta ask you, were you intending to, like, harm a criminal? And he was like, no. I was trying to stop a neighborhood rapist. And she was like, what's your number? I hope they got married. I doubt he got a marriage out of it, but we can all hope as men that he got a lifelong marriage and beautiful kids out of it. I hope so.
Acting as a sort of glorified neighborhood watch, keeping an eye on the local community. One day, the pair stumbled across what they assumed to be a crime scene and launched their own investigation.
It went crazy. It went crazy.
Calling the police to inform them of what was happening soon after.
Good, you did the right thing. Call the goddamn cops. And then they're like, okay, if you want to stand there, you can, but it's at your own risk. We can't defend you. We're not there. And if you want to help, you can help. The cops are like, sure, you want to help us? Sure, you're helping us right now by reporting the crime. You want to stand there and stop the crime? That's up to you, but we're not there to help protect you. Our advice to you, sir, is to stand there and shut the fuck up. I guarantee you, that's what the 911 operator probably says verbatim. My advice to you is, sir, you can try and stop this, but we really will not protect you. You are not protected by the law. You will not be safe in court. We cannot condone anything that you do, but if you want to try and stop them, you can. I guarantee it. The 911 operator is like, if you want to try and help us to stop a crime, you probably can. I'm not going to tell you not to do that, but understand, we will not defend you in court. We will not protect you. You probably will be held liable. You will probably face a charge if you attack this person. That's probably what the 911 operator said to him. And she's probably like, look, guys, we love that you want to help us, but guys with guns are coming. Guys with guns that will actually stop the crime are coming.
Unbeknownst to either of them, authorities were already combing the area.
Yeah, they're already looking
to find a suspect
that
had been involved in a hit-and-run incident earlier that day. And once they discovered the two were already investigating
like the NFL player, what's his name?
Attempted to get Mark to leave, which he allegedly refused to do.
Hit and run.
After becoming incredibly frustrated, they arrested him on the grounds that he was obstructing their efforts. According to later reports, the police claimed that his involvement had hurt.
Cut your hair,
but then
hippie.
saying that Mark had prevented their trained canines.
You're making Batman look bad.
The animosity that police had towards
Cut your hair, hippie, or get like a fucking skin cap or something like that, because god damn it, you made Batman look bad, and then for that I hate you. You made Batman look like a basement dweller, and I really fucking dislike that you did that to Bob Kane. If you were really Batman, if you were really true Batman like me, you wouldn't have disgraced Bob Kane like that. You wouldn't have made Batman look like a fucking basement dweller. You would have fucking put on a skin cap. Cut your hair, hippie.
parent, and Mark would give his side of things in an interview on the news.
Don't be making Batman look bad now. You know what I'm saying? Batman didn't do anything to you.
You know,
I'm sorry that I have to explain these things. Please do not basement dweller Batman. Simple things.
rude to me. He was telling me how, you know, people are scared of me and they don't want me out there, and how I'm 33 years old and I need to just give this up and you know, whatever.
Now, I happen to have several friends in an organization called oh God, what are they called? They're in Denver. They're called the oh, what's the name? I'm fucking spacing on it. Why am I black screened? What the fuck? Why would I suddenly be black screened? Oh, something with rank 7, I guess, when you're 65, maybe? Must be rank 7? Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, it's the Shadow Lord's cutscene, because I dinged 65, I guess, and I didn't know. Okay, cutscene. The Hells Angels. They are a Denver Hells Angels. I'll show you. I've got several friends, punker friends, who are with the Hells Angels in Denver and stuff. And the Hells Angels were these men who went up and down East Colfax in Denver, trying to stop neighborhood rapes, neighborhood theft, assaults, and drunken, you know, misbehavior during like holidays and events and shit like that, and all this other stuff. And so, and I'll show you how. I think that's their names as I remember. It's been many years since I've talked to any of those boys, but the Denver Hells Angels, right? They were actually oh no, not the Hells Angels. Yeah, what are the Hells Angels, right? Yeah, the motorcycle gang fight. I remember hearing about that actually. It's the Denver Angels or something like that. I forget the name of them, but it was a group of men that used to walk up and down East Colfax in bright red clothes in groups of like 5 to 10 or something like that, right? So you knew you couldn't fucking mess with them. No criminal could mess with them. Even a criminal with a gun probably will only manage to take down maybe 1 or 2 of them before that criminal's gonna be caught and taken to justice, right? So no criminal would probably challenge them. They look like Hessians. They're big, they've got chains, and they dress in red, and they walk up and down East Colfax, and they stop any crimes that they see. And now something about having a gang who declares to the cops what they're doing and are using their private right for assembly and are going up and down and declaring what they're doing and have no weapons. They're just guys with chains on their fucking, you know, their chests and shit. They look like punkers, and they're most of them are drunk, frankly, and they walk up and down and on like Fridays and Saturday nights, and they make sure that the women can stroll East Colfax, like the hookers and stuff, and they safely, and they make sure that the kids don't beat each other up or shoot each other, and they make sure that there isn't anybody selling crack on fucking Pearl and East Colfax, you know, right down from the Capitol building and shit. And I loved them. They were amazing. I knew a bunch of them. They were these punker guys that were in the Latino scene. They were Latino, and they were fucking amazing. And I'm forgetting the exact name. It's Guardian Angels. There it is. Here it is. Guardian Angels. I'm sorry. I thought it was the Hells Angels because a bunch of them were Hells Angels. They were ex-bikers and stuff like that. A bunch of them were ex-punkers and ex-bikers and ex-criminals. And they were really rough guys. But I knew a bunch of these guys. I love these guys. I walked with them. Down East Colfax, dressed up in my punker gear and shit. We would come down with skateboards and shit, and we would walk with the Hells Angels for like 10, 12 blocks, and we'd be like, yup, keeping our city fucking safe. Now that's the real life Batman, motherfucker. That's the real life Batman. The Denver Guardian Angels. Love them to death.
Denver for 2 decades.
2 decades, 20
For the
years.
first time in weeks.
They were a big group of Batman, and when you felt really safe when they were there, if they were within eyeshot, you were like, there's the Guardian Angels. We're absolutely fine. We can't be robbed. It's deep East Colfax at 1:15 in the morning across from the Ogden Theater, and we just saw Rammstein live at Fillmore, and we're buying burgers at Carl's Jr. or whatever. I forget what that one is, and or whatever. We're going to Torchy's, right? We're going to Torchy's on South Broadway, and the Guardian Angels are walking with us for 6 blocks and stuff, and they're just doing the walk anyways, but they love seeing us. They're like, hey, how you kids doing? You having fun on a Saturday night? We're like, yeah, what's up, man? You stopped anything today? Yeah, man, we got a kid trying to take something from this other kid. We got him down on Cremeria and shit. You were all the way up at Cremeria? Yeah, motherfucker, we walk a good 5-10 miles when we do this. You guys walk 10 miles? Yeah, we walk 10 miles from Cremeria to Federal, basically, and I'm like, oh man.
The new focus of the Denver Guardian Angels is helping some of the most vulnerable to COVID-19.
This is something I would do in my old age because all of them were old. I mean, some of them were younger, but most of them were older. It's about safety in numbers. It's not about intimidation or scaring the public. It's to let the public know that there's a big roaming pack of dudes who have a perfect, impeccable record of only stopping crime that they see, and they only do this by calling the cops and surrounding the person and challenging them. That's it. They don't touch anybody. They don't hurt anybody. They don't carry weapons. They look scary, but they're not bad people.
19. Our Connor McHugh joined the commander today, and Connor is live now in Denver.
And East Colfax is fucked up like Skid Row. You know what I'm saying? Fucked up.
Kathy, the Guardian Angels actually took a break from their community engagement recently because of the threat of COVID-19.
Yeah, the COVID, because like them walking 10 miles, that could spread COVID. It could, right down the blocks. Yep.
But today, the commander of the group came out here to East Colfax to check on each and every person in the home.
That's 7-Eleven at the exact place that I just mentioned. This is Pearl and East Colfax. This is Pearl and East Colfax. I've worked at this 7-Eleven before. I've literally worked in this 7-Eleven before. I have done shifts in that 7-Eleven.
Population.
Or it might be the one on Cremeria. That's a fancy 7-Eleven. I think he's actually way up on Cremeria. I can't see the street.
He says these are unprecedented.
It's not Cremeria. It's actually South Chambers. I think he's at the 7-Eleven on South Chambers, actually.
The times, and people need to be stepping up for those in need.
I worked at all of them. I worked at 7-Eleven all up and down the east and west side for about 4 years, something like that. And I covered all the night shifts for all the people that when they would get sick and stuff. And I've worked at every 7-Eleven in Denver, basically.
People know East Colfax the way Robbie Salo does.
Capitol Hill's always
Guardian Angels!
For 25 years.
See, this is the proper way to defend your community. Community! Not crazy basement dweller Batman, you know? Actual community. People with a reputation, of impeccable reputation.
Guardian Angels has worked to curb violence in the area.
Yep, they don't do anything but call the goddamn cops and surround you so you can't escape. And that's the message that they do need to send. Is if you get witness fucking around on East Colfax, trying to turn East Colfax into fucking South Central, we're gonna surround you, we're not gonna let you leave, and the cops are gonna fucking come, they're gonna chain you up. I don't care if you got a gun or not, there's goddamn 10 or 15 of us, you're not gonna get all of us, and we don't want you shooting a gun in our community anyway, so we're gonna challenge you, we're gonna take the weapon from you, and we're gonna fucking call the cops, and we're gonna fucking wait for them to get here. It's a form of citizen's arrest that's actually very proper that I feel a lot of cities should have.
In the time of
older men, I think, the men with the wisdom not to use the force, just call the cops. That's it.
COVID-19, there's a new focus.
We're always very concerned about the plight of the
eyes on the scene as it happens, you understand? Not waiting 25 minutes for the fucking cop to pull up. It's eyes on the scene helping you. If you're a woman, they're surrounding you and making a body shield and shit. I'm serious. I heard all kinds of nasty stories from them. A man trying to beat the shit out of his wife and stuff, and they just surround her like a body shield, and he can't reach her. I heard such nasty stories from them.
I'm concerned that there could be people infected with this virus that won't seek treatment.
They won't seek treatment, and it'll just spread it across the fucking monkeys.
So far, Denver has.
Oh, there they are. That's them. They won't get treatment. They don't care. They're on that fentanyl.
Confirmed at least 2 positive cases among the homeless. On Saturday, Robbie looked for anyone else with symptoms between High Street and Civic Center Park.
Mostly verbally inquire and check if they know of people that are sick.
Along the way, he offered up resources and much-needed essentials.
Bam, bam, bam.
It's tough. It's really tough to get the resources that are needed.
Colfax and Broadway. I lived here for some months. I lived right in that community. You see him right there? My friend Six is probably still running that crew. Six for the fucking win. Greatest black lady I ever met in my whole life was my friend Six. I watched the white park rangers come one day, and they picked the only black lady out of a crew of like 35 people or something, and they were like, "You," and she was like, "Me," and they're like, "You step and walk, get the fuck out of my park." And we're looking at, there's goddamn 25 white people and a couple Latinos and a couple of Chinese people and stuff, and a black lady. And it was so fucked up. I love Six, but I mean, after seeing what she dealt with,
Needed for people right now.
there they are too. That's Six's crew. I mean, that's Six's crew. This is my. I mean, I spent months here.
I think that the homeless population is completely.
I mean, I lived here for 20 years, but I'm talking like I lived on this block for like months while I lived with my junkie ex-girlfriend.
Honestly,
in a fucking tent.
Typically, Robbie would be joined by a number of other guardian angels.
I say that meanly because I'm disappointed that she didn't quit.
Our group are older even.
I quit.
In that vulnerable group, and many people have circumstances.
Family Dollar. I lived 1 block from here on Franklin Street, like 17th and Franklin, about a block from here, from this Burger King, and I came to this Burger King right here. He's about to walk by it. Right here by the Burger King on this block is a place called Voodoo Donuts. Right here, it's about to come in focus on this camera. It's Voodoo Donuts. It's right on this block. It's like the most famous donut shop almost in the world. And for some reason, the celebrities made a donut shop in Denver, like the most famous donut shop in the world. And all these celebrities like Eminem and Wu-Tang Clan and Dr. Dre and shit have come to Voodoo Donuts for some reason. And it's like this hipster donut place in Denver, Colorado. And when the celebrities come to buy their Colorado marijuana, they stop in at the Voodoo Donuts. And that's right here. You're about to see it come into focus next to the cigar store.
Stances where
they're not going to show it. I'm sorry, guys, but it is. It's right there. It's like literally the next business. And I lived a block from Voodoo Donuts. So I had the best donuts on the planet whenever I wanted them. It didn't help. Didn't help with the fat situation. Like you got to see the Old Dirty Bastard. You got to see the bacon maple bar. Oh my God. Look at some of this shit, man. Portland cream, espresso martini, the mango tango, the bacon maple bar, the raspberry Romeo is like the most special donut you'll almost ever have. More from Voodoo Donut, right? I want the menu. Here are a few other cocktails and all this, but I want the menu. Where's the menu? Show me the menu. The menu. Donuts. I've showed this donut shop on my stream before, and it just happened to come up during this. Yeah, the Voodoo Donut story. They've got like a story. They come from Portland. There they are. And these guys were super famous in the Portland scene and all that Portlandia stuff, right? And they were like hipsters, and they're like world famous hipsters, and they started a donut business in Portland, and then they brought it to Denver when they realized that Portland wasn't as cool as Denver anymore. Right, and then they got national media coverage because they were the best donut shop in Portland, and then they moved to Denver for some reason, and they named donuts after the celebrities who come and see them, like Marshall Mathers there, the hibiscus, right? Oh, Captain, my Captain, and all this. There's all these really wonderful ones. They've been shown on the Today Show. It literally is the best donut shop on the fucking planet, and I lived a block away from it.
They're just afraid.
But for now, he's ready, willing, and able to step up on his own.
This is the crisis of our generation, of our time, like the world.
It's a crazy, yeah, this guy's been doing this for 20 years, and it's never been this bad. It's never been this bad. All these normal people, see, a bunch of them are normal. They're not, I mean, some of them, they're all crackheads, but they look normal. Do you see how this guy kind of looks like a dude that you might see at a bar? Because it is a normal dude who was middle class up until about a year ago. Who had a house probably up until about a year ago. Now you're seeing all the normal people on fentanyl. And he's like, it's the worst it's ever got. And I lived right up in the center of this shit.
Wars were.
Like a fucking idiot.
And I think it's so important that everybody that can do something. It's a different game now.
It's a different game now. There's fentanyl people lying in the middle of the street across from the Capitol building, yeah. Yep.
And it's we got to be cautious, but not.
That gold domed Capitol building, I love that. I love that site. It's my favorite thing almost in the world.
Paralyzed in fear.
My home. I miss it so badly, but they killed the poor. They kicked us off the streets. They left the rest of us to die to fentanyl, and they raised the rent to $2,500 for a 1-bedroom in the entire city. And it killed my city. It killed it. It went from, we were getting 35,000 new transplants every month because of the marijuana thing, and then eventually the fentanyl thing, and the opioid crisis, and the homelessness, and the rent killed my city, and I left. I just straight up left it like it was a burning. It was like a burning ship. It was like the most beautiful ship I've ever sailed on, and it burned like the Dawn Shredder. It burned to the water.
Now today, Robbie did not run into any people who.
And I spent most of my life trying to fight it. I tried to fight it.
Exhibiting any
I tried to save every person that was caught up in it. I went back. I tried to find my girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? I came back from the West Coast, and my parents and my family were like, if you leave, we'll never speak to you again. And I was like, I'm going back. I cannot leave them to die. I will not leave her to die. And I went back. Right back to this fucking block, basically. A couple blocks from here. I went right back to it. I took a plane ride in. I had my friend drop me off homeless, and I went back for her. I went back and I made sure with my own eyes that she wanted it how she was getting it, right? And then she did. She shot up HIV and Hep C right in front of me. I said, goodbye, Em. And I got out of the car and I said goodbye forever. And I don't think she believed me. And I said goodbye forever. I watched her shoot up. The kid was sitting there tugging on my sleeve and being like, don't let her do it. You got to take it out of her. And I was like, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch her or the needle. She might stick me with it. I'm not touching her. Nope. And he was like, yeah, I have AIDS and Hep C, and she is shooting up that rinse. And he's like, and she's so out of it. She's not even listening to me. She's just out of it. And she shot up AIDS and Hep C right the fuck in front of me. And I was like, goodbye forever. And I got out of the car. And that was when I left the scene.
But a lot of the people he talked to...
And ironically, I think it was like the next day, it was like a few days later, I met my best friend. And it was a completely new cycle of recovery. Well, I still hadn't hit rock bottom yet, so it was like hitting rock bottom. But then once I met her, it all got better again.
Did have one major concern, they say, that has come with all of...
And she was the change. She heralded the change in my life.
The building closings because of COVID-19. He says right now with all those closings, there are not a lot of bathrooms for people to use outside.
I'll never forget the day we met. I told her my life story. She told me hers. And, that's powerful,
Of homeless shelters.
She was on a date. She was on a date with a dude. And she met me... And then we immediately had like a soul connection for 2 hours while we just told each other our life stories while she was on a date with a dude. You ever had that? And I love that dude. I remember his name even. I remember his name because I felt like he was there when I met the love of my life. It was kind of weird, But I mean, it was like that. But I still remember his name. It's kind of funny, and I really liked the dude. He was actually a really awesome dude, and he was humble about it. He was quiet. He was a man about it. He didn't interfere. He did not act jealous. He didn't interrupt us. He didn't stop it. And at the end of it, I was just like, very nice to meet you, and I left. And I didn't hit on her, and I left it proper for a long fucking time. I quitted myself. I was head over heels in love instantly, and I hadn't felt that since I was like 22 or something. I'd had 7 women since then, or 5 women since then, or something like that. Yeah, like 5. And I hadn't fallen head over heels like that or since.
Where social distancing is tough.
And it was obvious. It was obvious to him, and it was obvious to her. It was obvious to everybody at the back of Stella's. It was obvious. And like you could tell, for me, it was something had changed.
Live tonight in Denver.
And sure enough, within I think 6 months, I was off the streets, and I was in a place with her for a year, and then a man tried to kill me for no reason.
Connor McHugh covering Colorado First.
Thank you, Connor.
Hundreds of people now living at a homeless...
Yeah, that's a good place. Yep, 8th and Navajo, because it's very covered. See it? Covered from everybody. You can't see anybody see you do drugs, right?
Encampment off 8th Avenue and Navajo Street in the La Alma neighborhood.
Yep, that's kind of close to Platt Park. It's about a mile from Platt Park. Just another mile south down the road is where I grew up. And yeah, in between me and downtown is 8th and Navajo, which is actually 8th and Osage.
People who live there and work nearby want the city to come
8th and Osage. It's essentially 8th and Santa Fe.
up with a solution and quickly before that encampment grows even more. Fox 31 problem solver Andrea Henderson joining us live with their concerns. Andrea.
Yeah, Erica, neighbors tell me they want the mayor to come up with a plan for this part of town, something the mayor's office admits
I hate this because I feel like the fact that she's had Botox is why they're on the streets. I'm sorry that I made that connection because it's incredibly rude to her. But I mean, I do feel this about the poor. I think one of the major reasons that they're even on the streets is because she needs money for Botox. And I'm sorry I feel that way, but I do. Best donuts on the planet, motherfucker. Look, it's a fucking Captain Crunch donut, bitch. It's a maple bacon donut. It's genius. Genius. Okay, I'm going to get Signet since I can. Signet. Okay, I guess I'll reload Horizon. I haven't changed the title. Or I could play New World, but I mean, I don't really matter. I don't think it matters. Oh, I don't want to do Horizon because I'm on a mission. We'll do New World. I'll change it. Yeah, launch New World, and I'll change the title now. Edit. I'm going to drag you so I can... New World, Season 5. FFX Horizon. Good. It is 1:30 in the morning.
And, like I said, it seems like it was more about who I am than what I was, doing here.
Whether or not he truly had interfered with their investigation is up for debate, but it was obvious that the local police were sick of Mark's repeated offenses, and they decided to throw the book at him in an attempt to get him to stop once and for all. Ironically, the buzz surrounding this case launched the Petoskey Batman story into the mainstream news once again, with even more people becoming aware of his actions more than ever before. While there were certainly a fair amount of people that were mocking Williams from afar, there were also those who believed he was simply trying to set a positive example, believing his arrest was totally unjustified. One of the most vocal supporters of Williams and his plight was another real-life superhero named Bee Sting, who also operated in the state of Michigan. In an interview with the news outlet ML Live, Bee Sting, whose real name was Adam Besso, stated, quote, "I really think this is an issue of they just don't want him wearing the costume. They don't want his participation. They don't value the fact that he's a citizen and has a right to observe and report something that's going on." The article also reveals that Mark was a member of the Michigan Protectors, a real-life superhero group that operated around the state. Looking back at archives of their website, you can see numerous other members who had their own unique backgrounds and costumes, with the site claiming that their goal was to, quote, inspire others to be more active in their communities. They also, interestingly, outright rejected the label of vigilante, despite the admittedly theatric personas and activity that they had crafted and participated in. The aforementioned hero, Bee Sting, has his own controversial history, previously being arrested after discharging a gun during a scuffle with another man after a dispute broke out between the two. Mark, or the Petoskey Batman, had reportedly helped raise money for Bee Sting's family during this difficult period, which explains Bee Sting's loyalty to the Petoskey.
They're like a real-life fucking Watchmen. Oh my god.
Dark Knight. Now, as expected,
fucking clowns. Ugh.
Mark flatly denied the allegations that were being made against him by the police, and he would plead not guilty. You know, the Petoskey Batman, this real-life Batman, he's having similar issues with the police, just like the actual Batman was. I guess you could say he's really dedicated to the bit here. In November of that same year, True TV reached out to Williams and extensively interviewed him, asking numerous questions surrounding his persona and conflict with the law. Telling his side of events, he claimed that he had been cooperative with the authorities the entire time and was never even told the reason as to why he was being arrested. Only
I am
learning
65,
this reason later
yay!
on. In response
How
to
much
the
buffer
claims
do I
that
have?
he interfered with the
Not
canine
much.
units, he stated that they didn't even show up to the scene of the crime until 45 minutes
Maybe I won't
later
aggro all
when
this stupid
he
shit
had already
anymore,
been placed
hopefully.
into custody. This paints quite a different picture
Oh, he's still
regarding the
EP.
ordeal. But at this point, it devolved into a situation where both sides simply refused to budge or admit wrongdoing. However, one very important question had been left unanswered. Why exactly did he feel the need to do all of this in the first place? Why couldn't he achieve his goals by acting as a normal citizen instead of dressing up like Batman? After being questioned as to why he felt the suit was necessary for his cause, Williams would respond by saying this, quote, "If I was out there doing it in jeans and a t-shirt, nobody would really pay attention. The whole point of me being out there doing this is to get people's attention and to get them to realize that it's up to everybody to take care of the community and make it better. The uniform gives me a chance to explain what I'm doing out here." While the news had been reporting on his escapades for quite a while at this point, this was one of the first opportunities for people to truly understand his motivations. While from an outside perspective, it may seem like Mark was an irresponsible nuisance who believed he could do a better job than police, it seems that he simply wanted to make a positive difference in his community. Somehow, despite authorities
They all
clearly
do.
wanting to severely
They all
punish
wanna
him,
be Batman.
the Petoskey Crusader would end up escaping
But
with
you can't,
relatively
bitch.
few major legal repercussions. In December, it was
You're not
reported
truly
that the
Batman.
prosecution would be dropping the charges against him.
No
if
one
he
truly
agreed
is.
to plead guilty to a lesser
It's a
trespassing
fantasy.
charge. While one might expect this entire incident to deter Mark from ever donning his costume again, he made it abundantly clear that he would continue to carry out his solemn duty regardless. On April 28th of 2013, Williams would once again return to the limelight, this time posting a YouTube video of himself reaffirming his mission.
Oh,
as well as
and we
directly
and we see what he really is, a streamer. He's a streamer who doesn't know how to just be a streamer instead of real life Batman.
to criticism regarding his methods.
We often get asked questions about, like, you know, what's wrong with us and why can't we just, you know, become police or EMTs and help people that way?
Yep.
Well, let me answer those questions. One, there's nothing wrong with us. We saw a problem in our community, we go out, we try to help. We try to make a difference. The people that have something wrong with them
That's
are the
true.
people that sit idly by and watch things go to hell and don't do anything about it. The people that know that their neighbor down the hall is getting abused and say nothing. The people that know that there's a meth lab down the road and do nothing. They say, oh, I don't want to get involved. Well, let me tell you something. If you know about it, you're already involved. The only question is how. Will you be involved in a negative way and basically allow this to happen, which makes you partly responsible, or will you be involved in a positive way and take a stand and say enough is enough, and you're going to put an end to it?
He would also make a return to the local news cycle,
speaks well.
appearing in an interview where he recounted many of his prior controversies and to promote his social media pages. When asked about his relationship with the police now that the dust had settled, Williams had this to say.
What's your relationship now with local police?
The city police, I don't have much interaction with the state or the county.
Okay.
But I see the city police quite a bit because I'm usually within the city limits, and I have a great relationship with them, you know. If they need help, you know, keeping their eyes out or whatever, there have been a few times they've asked me to keep my eyes open, and if I see something, I call and report it, so.
Okay, that's good to hear, though, because I know it was a little rough for a while. But,
Oh, yeah.
You have a brand new
She was
YouTube
naked.
channel. What do you want to get? What's your message to everyone with this YouTube channel?
Basically, the YouTube channel is just another way to reach people and to get my message out there. There's a lot more you can convey, you know, with a video and actually being able to speak instead of just writing or typing on the internet there. So I'm hoping I'll also be able to bring light to subjects that I'm working on or looking into.
While he would go on to state he hoped to use his YouTube channel as a platform to spread his message, it seems that he would abandon this idea, with only one video ever being posted to it. This unfortunately wouldn't be the end of the hardships faced by the masked Michigan vigilante. As stated earlier, the hero Bee Sting was one of Williams' ardent defenders during his difficult legal proceedings. In 2014, however, it was reported that the two had a falling out over the leadership of the Michigan Protectors. Sadly, it seems that this argument between the two was so intense that it actually led to the disbandment of the group altogether, with the Petoskey Batman once again standing up against crime all alone like the actual Batman does in Gotham. In situations like these, the social media pages of those involved become inactive or are deleted and lost to time. But interestingly enough, the Petoskey Batman still posts on Facebook semi-regularly to this day. While it's unclear if he continues his patrols in the same way that he did over a decade ago, it appears that he hasn't lost his enthusiasm for promoting positive activism.
No, I like what he's doing.
Yet another fascinating footnote
as long as he doesn't hurt anybody.
If you've ever done research into the topic of real-life superheroes in the past, there's a high likelihood that you've stumbled across the story of Benjamin Fodor, known primarily by his superhero alter ego, Phoenix Jones. For a brief time, he was revered as a beacon of hope within the confines of his own city.
See, if I was going to be a superhero, I would do it like Blade, where I wore sunglasses all the time so the bad guys couldn't see my eyes, you know? But I would never do this because that's just miserable. Past 45 minutes, your career's over. I mean, you could do this a lot, but it would be so miserable. You wouldn't really want to.
Reputation and become a prime example of how fame and influence can corrupt morals and cloud judgment. But before we can truly understand how Phoenix became such a polarizing figure, we must look at his background and origin. Benjamin was born on May 25th, 1988, and had a rough upbringing. He would go on to become an amateur fighter, studying mixed martial arts, and actually managed to gain
I'll rewatch
somewhat of a name
Dexter
for himself within the community alongside his
Every
adopted
time I
brother.
think of superheroes, I think of Dexter. There's a real superhero. Fuck your Marvel universe. Give me the Dark Avenger. And I'm dead serious too. I think Dexter represents much more of a superherohood than, say, Superman to me. And I know that sounds horrible, but I mean, it's not like I like the idea that Dexter kills people. It's that he actually pursues the predators that actually hurt us. Not some dreamed up, you know... Now, what's that sound? Oh, that was... yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm being hit. Okay. Okay. Fuck you, kitty. I'll get you. Oh, I'll get you. What? Ooh. Ooh. I love this game. Yeah, shit, I don't even need the UI, I don't think. I'll just play this game without it. Yeah, what is that? That's Alt-H, right? Yeah. Oh, no. Alt-H. Oh, no. Would you make the thing here? It's like, game, keyboard, mouse. I'm looking for hide UI. Is F10 now? Why is hide UI F10 now? Okay, well, can I rebind it, please? Sheath. Yeah, I mean, I usually do Z. I want sheath to be T. Oh, no, I made toggle enemy lock. I don't know, like, sheath, we'll do Alt-Z. No. Sheath. How about Y? Oh, toggle enemy lock could be on H. Social action, sure. And sheath can be on T. No, wait, no. T. Yep. Yeah, that works. Yeah, and now I have an enemy target lock. Apparently, they changed the game pretty majorly. They like brought a target lock to the game, which is really cool, actually. Yeah, look at that. Wow. I like the target lock. Can I move it or whatever? Oh, yes, I can. Wow. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Man, the target lock is cool. That is cool. Really good for controllers and stuff, but yeah, I mean, like, I wonder what a bow is like with that target lock. Do I have one on me? No. Oh, wait, yes, I do. Yes, I do. So, okay, switch up real quick. We'll do, instead of you, we'll do you. Yeah, and, I want to see. Yeah, so, really, really AGS. Okay, yeah, but I guess if you... Oh, wow. Wow. Oh shit, he's a boss. Oh god. Okay. Why did I miss him? Wait, did you sheath? Yeah, you did. Or wait, did you sheath or what? Yeah, I can't tell. Get the open that thing. What? Oh god. You are retreating. Go away, you. Yes, you. And then what happened here? What? Oh yeah. Okay, back to tab. I am trying to change. Oh yeah, where am I here with this? Yeah, go inside now. I am trying to get my weapon back, which is gonna be in my in the gear set. Rapier 690. That seems bad. Maybe I should go buy a rapier before the game dies. Maybe. Because that seems actually really bad. Why is my rapier 690? That seems dumb. I'm gonna go like fix that right now. I could probably get a green higher eye level than that. Client's playing better. This game doesn't have DLSS, I don't think. Which is sort of annoying. I don't know why it doesn't.
Karos Fodor. As he became older, his passion for assisting those in need became stronger, leading him to become a teacher for autistic students. But it wouldn't be long until his desire to help his fellow citizens grew into a desire for something greater, something larger than life, if you will. Phoenix first began rising to prominence as a superhero thanks to his association with a larger group of like-minded individuals called the Rain City Superhero Movement. Operating in the city of Seattle, Washington, all 8 of the members had their own unique personas and identities, all wanting to aid law enforcement in any way they could and potentially even prevent crimes from occurring. Jones himself stated in a 2010 interview with the Daily Beast that one of the main motivators for him starting his crime-fighting career was an incident involving his car being broken into. After going to investigate his broken window, his young son allegedly cut himself on accident. After this incident, his father decided he would try to do something to curb the rampant crime occurring in his city. Even from the very beginning, police and the press alike expressed a great deal of hesitancy towards their mission, believing that the group may become more of a liability and hindrance than anything else.
Police are perplexed, worried the group will turn into vigilantes, and skeptical that they've ever actually stopped any crime.
Our concern is if it goes badly, then we end up getting called anyway, and we may have additional victims.
To be clear, Phoenix had been engaging in the superhero business for a while at this point, but had largely gone unnoticed with very little press coverage being done on him. However, once news outlets began to dig deeper into this story, they realized the potential and began to scrutinize the self-proclaimed crime fighter closer. His suit looked like something straight out of a movie, featuring a bulletproof vest as well as various other heavy-duty equipment, all designed to prevent himself from getting seriously injured. Police were aware of his identity at this time, but had not yet revealed it to the public, possibly in an effort to prevent Jones from becoming a target for criminals and putting him in harm's way, or perhaps they didn't want to encourage his activity.
Incoming
The strangeness of his actions, as well as his willingness to talk to the press, soon made him a rising star, with his escapades being documented by the mainstream news outlets. In January of 2011, it was reported that Jones had stopped a carjacking, intervening and chasing off the would-be thieves before police had a chance to arrive.
And you just start sticking it down inside between the window here and the rubber strip.
Dan was calling 911, but help flew in before he finished dialing.
From the right, this guy comes dashing in, just wearing this skin-tight rubber black and golden suit, and starts chasing him away.
This was a clear turning point, as he had actually proven that he could do good work that benefited those around him. Positive press such as this would continue to be a common theme with Phoenix Jones, and he would accumulate a fan base of folks who liked and respected him for actually taking a step and, doing some good in his community, doing what he thought was right. Reports such as this all boosted his reputation, with Jones becoming a sensation, and he was often recognized by people on the street who were familiar with his antics. However, there were numerous concerns from critics as well. While most of them acknowledged that they appreciated the sentiment behind what he was doing, many believe that intervening in dangerous situations should be left up to law enforcement and not private citizens. Many of his adventures were also caught on camera due to the involvement of self-proclaimed filmmaker Ryan McNamee, who documented many of the real-life superhero escapades, uploading many of these clips onto social media. To this day, numerous of these videos remain on YouTube, providing some interesting insight into the early days of Phoenix Jones. However, not everyone approved of his methods. While it's to be expected that there's going to be a fair amount of skeptics in the press, he was extremely controversial even within the community that he was a part of. An article published by the Wall Street Journal in February of 2012 revealed that other heroes such as Night Owl and Zeta-Man disapproved of Phoenix's tendency to involve himself in dangerous situations. They were part of a completely different organization called the Real Life Superhero Group, being one of the rival superhero's top critics throughout his rapid rise to fame, with Night Owl himself stating, quote, "Whether intentionally or not, he's representing the superhero community now, and that makes some people nervous." The two groups repeatedly attempted to bridge the divide by patrolling together, but this only ended with relations between them becoming worse, with Night Owl's superhero group completely distancing themselves from the Rain City superhero movement. All in all, it was clear that they were unimpressed by the Rising Star's philosophy, believing him to be a bad representative of the cause, as their work was more centered around charitable action as opposed to physically mimicking their fictional counterparts and, intervening on crimes in a vigilante type way. Towards the end of 2011, it would seem that the suspicions of his critics would be proven correct after a particularly controversial incident took place. As the story goes, a group of individuals were dancing in the street in the early hours of the morning and were shocked after a masked individual approached and began pepper spraying them for seemingly no reason. This obviously angered them a great deal, with the situation rapidly escalating.
Phoenix Jones, the city's most prolific superhero, complete with a full-body costume, running to help others. Jones says he thought it was a fight and tried to break it up. The whole scene is being captured by Ryan McNamee, a documentary videographer.
Let's see, he did use spray, but only when things were out of control.
McNamee says the crowd Jones thought he was helping turned on him.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
And it's Jones's use of pepper spray that police say led to his arrest for assault.
The mysterious man who approached them was none other than Phoenix Jones, and he faced a significant amount of backlash for his actions here. He would go on to defend himself by claiming the individuals involved had actually been fighting, and he only had been trying to break them up. However, Jones's account of events completely contradicted what the victims had to say. Police also took this opportunity to reaffirm their initial fears about Jones and his style.
In the police report about the incident, the officer wrote that Jones has had a history of injecting himself in these incidents. Recently, there have been increased reports of citizens being pepper sprayed by Jones and his group, adding that Jones has been advised to observe and report incidents to 911. He continues to try to resolve things on his own.
While he had called 911 after the alleged fight had been broken up, many still believe that it was irresponsible for him to insert himself in a dangerous situation, especially using any sort of weaponry. As a result of the conflict, the now 23-year-old man was arrested and charged with assault, but he was released from jail after posting bail. In the ensuing legal battle, the true identity of Phoenix Jones was revealed to the public, with many being shocked when they found out who he actually was.
Meet Phoenix Jones, self-styled superhero and self-proclaimed defender of Seattle. The comic book vigilante who has ended up on the wrong side of the law after being accused of assault dramatically unmasked himself outside one of the city's courts on Thursday, revealing the man behind the mask, Benjamin Fodor.
I'm Phoenix Jones. I'm also Ben Fodor. I also protect the city. I also am a father. I also am a brother.
It was also soon reported that he would unfortunately lose his job as a teacher. While some believe that this was unjustified, it was perhaps inevitable. One could also make the argument that this all was for the best. If he was consistently involving himself in danger, he could also inadvertently lead danger to the children that he was trying to teach. You know, he'd piss off a villain and they come for your class. This incident was a good indication of what was to come for the Crime Stopper, with this only being the start of his many controversies. One thing that's important to note is that throughout his entire career, Jones had been supported by his romantic partner, Purple Rain. She was another hero who was a member of the Rain City superhero movement. Her primary goal was to promote awareness surrounding domestic abuse, as she was a
goddamn
victim of it
right.
herself, even running her own non-profit organization.
Go
to help
Purple
spread
Rain!
The message of this further. However, things in their relationship didn't seem to be going well, as she would post a message to Facebook on November 13th of 2013, claiming that the two had separated. I think it's time to make a public statement announcing that Phoenix Jones and I are no longer together, and I will not be working together with him on any future projects. I have always conducted myself in a professional and respectable manner and do not wish to share the details of our separation. I wish Phoenix and the RCSM the best of luck in their future endeavors. This would not be the end of Phoenix's struggle to maintain positive relations with his peers. In 2014, it was reported by news outlets that the Rain City superhero movement, the group that Phoenix had been the leader of and spearheaded for years, was officially breaking up. Jones himself accused many of the heroes under him of not following proper procedure, claiming that many of them even carried illegal weaponry. Something that was obviously a problem for a group of individuals trying to operate within the confines of the law. However, former members such as Shockwave and El Caballero accused Jones of stealing their property and being a generally poor leader who had mishandled his role in the group, indicating that there were some other serious problems going on behind the scenes. Though these situations certainly didn't help, this would be far from the event that truly destroyed his reputation, at least in scale of, well, not being very superhero-like. He regained quite a bit of recognition after reigniting his passion for martial arts in 2015, officially signing on the World Series of Fighting and performing under a superhero name, as opposed to Benjamin Fodor. Despite this, the general coverage and fanfare surrounding his initial burst onto the scene had greatly died down, and outside of a few miscellaneous articles and reports documenting him, Phoenix was talked about much less. It wouldn't truly be until 2019 until it was officially confirmed by Benjamin during an interview with the NW Nerd podcast that he was retiring Phoenix Jones for good. When asked about his reasoning for doing so, he would state, quote, "In the end, there's not a balance. It doesn't make sense. I've seen it on the streets. I've seen what people do to each other, and I live with it every day. Every day, I live with horrible, horrible things. And I think to myself, I've made a difference. But I didn't make a difference. It didn't make a difference." While his retirement came as no surprise to onlookers, one thing nobody expected was for Fodor to be exposed as the very thing he had fought against for years. Apparently, he had been known to deal drugs by various individuals, something that was baffling considering his very well-known identity as a crime fighter who had consistently rallied and spoke against drug-related crimes in the past. Police would arrest Benjamin Fodor on drug charges after the man allegedly sold drugs to an undercover agent. He was, of course, arrested and charged with this being a definitive nail in the coffin for his already tainted reputation. While he did accomplish some good within his community for a brief time, it's clear that despite his best efforts, Phoenix Jones has become something of a cautionary tale in the online community and the superhero community at large. His innumerable controversies, as well as the continuous stream of criticism being levied towards him and his methods, has left an undeniable stain on Phoenix Jones's legacy. Today, he still maintains a very low-key internet presence and has seemingly backed away from his once brazen persona.
Yeah, people can change.
Goodwill,
people are allowed to change. It's okay.
Into his own hands.
He saw where it obviously led, you know.
Deadpool is one of the most infamous comic book characters of all time, becoming known as an anti-hero who uses brutal methods to achieve his goals as a mercenary, often acting on his own selfish interests. One of the more notable aspects of the character is the humor the writers incorporate into his persona, with him often breaking the fourth wall and rarely taking anything seriously. Another thing people often note is the character's love of Mexican food.
Time to make the chimmy fucking chongas.
With it being a running joke amongst his fan base and even at times being a part of official merchandise. It's somewhat ironic then that a deranged individual decided to wear a mask depicting Deadpool while committing a Mexican food-related crime. As the story goes, on July 25th, 2017, a disgruntled ex-employee who had previously worked at a Taco Bell in Bel Air, Maryland, decided he would take matters into his own hands and rob the establishment. Donning a Deadpool face mask and equipping himself with a bat, he gained access to the restaurant in the early hours of the morning after ambushing an employee throwing out garbage, proceeding to lock all 3 employees of the Taco Bell working at the time into the food locker and threatening them until he was given access to the store's safe. After stealing its contents, he escaped the crime scene, with police soon posting a warning to Facebook asking citizens to stay on the lookout and report any suspicious activity to them. After a few days, it was reported by authorities that the Deadpool robber had been captured and arrested, with the man responsible being identified as David Joseph Fury. In an article by the Baltimore Times, they reported Fury had stolen funds up to $4,150. They also provided more context as to how he had been captured. One of the biggest reasons that they were able to pinpoint him as being the culprit was because of a testimony that was given by a taxi driver who had interacted with Fury soon after the crime had occurred. According to the article, she became incredibly suspicious after driving him to a local casino. After an argument broke out between the two about payment, Fury, who was incredibly drunk, allegedly tried to pay her using money from a suspicious-looking bag. Now, obviously seeing that much cash in one place was like a huge red flag, and after questioning him, she claimed that the individual outright admitted to getting it from robbing a Taco Bell, just straight up confessed to the entire crime. This, alongside other circumstantial evidence, such as him owning a pair of flip-flops that the robber of the Taco Bell had also been seen wearing by the employees of the restaurant, as well as his previous work connection there, allowed the police to easily track him down. He was charged with several counts of burglary, theft, and armed robbery, being released on a $30,000 bail soon after. Some internet users immediately made the connection and found it quite humorous that a Deadpool-dressed man would rob a Mexican restaurant, considering the character's affinity for the food genre. Screenshots of the security footage can be found spread all over the internet. It's unknown what became of David or what he's doing these days. While most people try to emulate superheroes to do some good within their communities, there's some on the other side of the spectrum who attempt to use techniques from their favorite heroes for nefarious purposes. One such example of this is a Brazilian man by the name of Rodrigo Rodrigues de Silva. This individual would weaponize an obsession with his favorite fictional character as a tool to aid him in violent crime. In October of 2023, at roughly 4 in the morning in the town of Parnaíba, Rodrigo broke into a home with the intention of harming the man who resided there. The intended target of Rodrigo's assault awoke soon after he entered the property, with the two getting into a struggle as the undoubtedly confused homeowner attempted to defend himself from the assailant. Presumably after realizing that he was unable to successfully carry out his plan, the masked man escaped the home and began to run away. Unlike his fictional counterpart, he seemed to lack the ability to hide in the shadows and was soon caught by the local cops. Upon questioning, it was reported that Rodrigo referred to himself as a Punisher, which could potentially be a reference to another anti-hero of the same name, though this isn't exactly clear. The most notable feature about the man was his admittedly ridiculous-looking outfit, adorned with a poorly fitting outer cloak and a red mask that looked reminiscent of something Batman's sidekick Robin would wear. He completed the look with Batman's signature gauntlets. He also possessed what appeared to be batarangs as well as a knife, and allegedly had even used a metal bar during his assault. He was immediately booked and charged with attempted murder, most likely due to the fact that he had a potentially deadly weapon during his fight with the victim.
The batarangs are so fucking
aspects of this
stupid.
story is that it's still unclear as to what his exact motivations were when attempting to carry out this crime. But there are some indications as to why it may have happened. As the Daily Mail points out in its article discussing the incident, a drug raid had been carried out by authorities in the nearby country of Peru a year prior that involved them dressing up in superhero costumes to avoid suspicion as they approached a suspected drug den. The plan had been a massive success and was of course highly publicized, so it was entirely possible Rodrigo saw what they had done and figured he could accomplish something similar, perhaps hoping to achieve some of the same success. Regardless, whether it was an attempt to bring about his brand of justice by attempting to punish a wrongdoer or a case of him simply attacking a citizen at random, it's undeniable that Brazil's real-life version of the iconic DC hero fails to live up to the Batman name. The web-swinging superhero Spider-Man is a character that has enjoyed a significant amount of popularity ever since his inception back in the 60s. Anybody at least somewhat familiar with the hero will know that one of his powers is to climb on walls like a spider. This is purely fictional and impossible for a regular human to complete beyond normal means, but that didn't stop one determined man in the early 1980s from trying. Dan Goodwin was born on November 7, 1955 in Kennebunk, Maine. He would later reminisce that as a child, he would often get into trouble with local police after climbing incredibly tall trees, though he never got into any serious trouble, as
incredibly tall
he was
trees.
able to evade law enforcement's efforts to capture him. His journey into becoming a revered, larger-than-life figure began in the year 1980, after a devastating fire in Las Vegas took the lives of 87 people at the MGM Grand Hotel. It was a horrific tragedy that made a massive impression on those who saw it unfold. Dan, who was 25 years old at the time, witnessed how the ladders of the fire trucks attending to the situation were unable to reach the higher floors of the building, therefore making it nearly impossible for them to save people's lives. After getting into an argument with the chief of Las Vegas Fire Department over methods to solve this issue, Goodwin was struck with an idea. He would perform an act or a publicity stunt to garner attention to what he perceived to be an important issue that impacted all who worked and lived in high-rise buildings and skyscrapers. He began to set his plan in motion. On Memorial Day of 1981, Dan suited up in a Spider-Man costume and equipped himself with rudimentary suction cups, with the idea being that he would climb the Sears Tower in Chicago, an iconic landmark known around the world for its incredible height. Despite the obvious danger associated with undertaking such a task, Dan decided that he was going to send a message. He was going to climb to the top of that building. Of course, the sight of a man scaling a building wasn't exactly something you see every day, with many passerby onlookers stopping and watching in awe, with the authorities being alerted soon after. Despite numerous attempts to negotiate and get him off of the building, it was decided that it would be better to allow him to simply finish his climb, with the stipulation that scaffolding be allowed to be underneath him at all times in the event that he fell.
What?
He never would fall. And when he reached the top of the building, he was met with law enforcement and was promptly arrested, hauled away in handcuffs. The press went wild with the story, the sheer absurdity of the situation making it instantly memorable. Dan had achieved his goal of drawing attention to his cause, but the question remained, what was the cost going to be here? From a legal perspective. While he had put himself in serious danger and caused a massive public spectacle, he was given a lenient punishment and was only fined $35 for disorderly conduct.
$35.
Afterwards, the public nicknamed him Spider Dan, and he quickly became an icon amongst the general public. At this point, you might expect the story to end. After all, Goodwin had made his point very clear and had proven himself as a devoted activist to the public.
It's got to go further.
However, much to the shock of everyone, he wasn't quite done yet. Thanks to the success of his first endeavor, Dan decided to attempt to climb another exceedingly tall building within the city called the John Hancock Building. He planned to attempt this on November 1st. However, it's said that he encountered some equipment failures prior to his climb and had to postpone this until November 11th. On November 11th, he was fully prepared, and as he began making his way up the John Hancock Building, a crowd once again formed. And the authorities were of course called in. Like before, they attempted to convince him to stop climbing altogether, but this time they employed considerably extreme methods to achieve their goal in stopping him. It got to the point where the fire department actively sprayed water at him in a desperate attempt to prevent him from making any more progress. This led to a significant amount of criticism being levied towards the fire chief at the time, with many stating that the firefighters could have potentially killed the man.
Then Fire Commissioner William Blair insisted the water was to make the east face of the building too slippery for Goodwin to continue, not to knock him down.
I think that he has taken a terrific risk, and I think he's setting a bad example for an awful lot of kids. And somebody is going to try this someday that isn't nearly as capable as he is, and it's going to be dangerous.
Years later in an interview, the former chief of police revealed what his thought process was at the time.
I basically asked them, what the hell do you think you're doing? Regardless of what the purpose of the spraying of the water may have been, it gave everyone the appearance that they were trying to wash him off the side of the building. I told them, you're nuts, and I said, you're making the fire department look really bad with this technique.
And you want to know what the fire guys were yelling at me from the window wash machine? I hope you fall.
However, after the mayor arrived and mediated the situation, Goodwin did eventually reach the top without issue and was once again handcuffed and brought into custody. While he had escaped last time without any major legal ramifications, he wouldn't be so lucky this time around, being put on a year of probation with the main clause of it being that he was not allowed to climb buildings in the city of Chicago. This was a more severe punishment, but it could have been worse. He could have walked away with a felony. After this stunt, Dan was now even more revered by fans and was even more disliked by local law enforcement. In the end, Goodwin avoided major jail time, with both incidents becoming legendary in the eyes of the public. Now at this point you would most likely assume that this is where the story ends, but like before, this is far from being the case. Instead of ceasing his unique form of activism, he decided to continue along the path of promoting causes he was passionate about by scaling tall structures, with it proving to be a successful strategy. On Memorial Day 1983, Dan decided to climb up one of the World Trade Center buildings as a way of paying tribute to deceased soldiers. His father was a veteran who had actually fought in the Korean War conflict, making this an especially meaningful display of passion for a cause that he believed in. He became so well known and popular that in 1986 he was actually approached by the owners of the CN Tower located in Ontario, Canada. The owners of this tower wanted Dan to climb it as a publicity stunt to promote their building's 10th anniversary. In the summer of that year, Dan did just that, and shockingly managed to climb this building in a matter of only an hour, a testament to his incredibly high skill level of climbing. While the actual superhero Spider-Man was obviously nothing more than fiction, it seemed that Dan truly did become a symbol for a noble cause in a similar manner. Legendary comics creator and writer Stan Lee would even go as far as to compliment Goodwin for his work, giving him glowing praise for the bravery he displayed on a regular basis.
I would like to think that his climbing the building was definitely a tribute to the spirit, to the essence, to the heroism that is Spider-Man.
Of course, when participating in stunts such as these, he would inevitably run into legal issues on numerous occasions, as I mentioned previously. While most of the time he evaded major consequences, there was one occasion in particular that was rather infamous. On September 6th of 2010, he decided that in an effort to pay tribute to the victims of 9/11, he would climb the Millennium Tower located in San Francisco. He also had to overcome a difficult struggle with cancer and wanted to prove he was still capable of accomplishing impressive feats, hoping to inspire others who were in a similar position. Unfortunately, despite his positive message and intentions, this did land him in quite a bit of legal trouble, being found guilty by a jury for 2 misdemeanor charges, though he denied any wrongdoing the whole way through. Despite this setback, Dan managed to maintain his positive reputation and continued to be looked at as a living legend by his supporters and a continued nuisance by authorities. Of course, nothing like this can last forever, and Dan Goodwin would eventually hang up the mantle of Spider Dan as he progressed in age. In 2023, in an interview with CTV News, the now 67-year-old Spider Dan gave more details and context as to why he stopped his climbs. He explained that he followed the technique of free climbing to accomplish his goals, something that he explained had led to the deaths of many experienced professional climbers, at one point saying, quote, "If you're playing Russian roulette, eventually you're going to get the chamber. The same is true with climbing." While he never shied away from danger in his previous stunts, it seems that at this point he's satisfied with the work he's accomplished and is choosing to live a relatively danger-free life these days. Dan is now an author and has published 2 books.
Nice.
And well, you made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Dissident. I am an individual. I am an animal. I am a human. They are not. They live in a delusion which is called the real world. They say to me I must get a life. Heh. Well, all I say is that life is what every individual will make it be. There is no other meaning in
When
this
you
world
talk, it angers
and
me.
live than what individual determines it to be.
Shut up,
They
you.
also feed my anger with their stupidity.
In one video uploaded by Eric, he would make cryptic comparisons to The Matrix, explaining that he wasn't
Wait, so I have watched this, but I didn't finish it, I guess?
Abandoned YouTube channels have always been unsettling to me. I get
Thank
an
you, Wavy
uncanny
Webster, for the
feeling
excellent
upon
customer
discovering a
channel. I'd like
channel
to sub
once
your
full
channel.
of life, now forlorn and forgotten. Years gone by, over a decade in some cases, with no activity. The sad reality with many of YouTube's abandoned channels is that the creator didn't forsake their station by choice. They were compelled to by tragic circumstances. In today's video, we'll be looking at various disturbing examples of such cases regarding abandoned channels. These are the dark stories behind abandoned YouTube channels. Well, it's finally here, the official Wavy Web Surf U2's vinyl figurine. This
What
is
was
the
that?
first
Oh
piece of
my
merch
God.
I've ever dropped on the channel and is the best way to get a little piece of me inside your home. I know you guys are gonna love it. From a shelf, to your desk, to a jar? Wherever you put him, this stylish little guy will keep you company, enhancing the vibes of your home with his signature lava lamp and breezy Hawaiian shirt equipped. Every day's a vacation when Little Wavy's at your side. To get your own little YouTube's Wavy Web Surf, click the link in the description box. And make sure you get one quick because he's only available for 2 weeks. It's a limited time ordeal. On YouTube, there once existed a channel known as Natural Selector 89. When you try to visit this channel today, one is met with a 404 not found and YouTube's default "this page is not available" error screen. A rather unassuming disclaimer. But what you must know is that this 404 page hides one of YouTube's darkest abandoned channels. one that we can get a glimpse of using tools like the Wayback Machine. Natural Selector 89 was once a channel that discussed nihilism, atheism, and posted various threatening videos and comments regarding gun violence. Red flags were all over the place, and outside of TJ Kirk, better known online as the Amazing
Why is it always so
Atheist,
crazy?
it seemed like nobody saw these obvious warning signs. This is the story of Natural Selector 89, the Finnish YouTube shooter.
Hello everyone, this is me, Natural Selector 89, talking to you, friends and haters and everyone else.
The YouTube channels Natural Selector 89 and Sturmgeist 89 were created by an 18-year-old Finnish student named Pekka Erik Avinen, who was born in Tuusula, Finland. Now, in early high school, it's said that Pekka performed well, making good grades. It's thought that he planned to attend college after graduating in the spring of 2008, though these plans would be derailed, however, as the young man had some serious emotional issues that would make themselves known. Eric suffered from a set of serious social abnormalities. He was very awkward around his peers and was considered shy by both students and teachers. He would habitually isolate himself from others, and according to some, he was the recipient of a large amount of bullying because of this. Eric also suffered from depression. His parents were concerned for him in this regard and tried to get him admitted to a psychiatric outpatient clinic to treat it. However, his admittance was refused, and the practitioners opted to put him on SSRIs instead of admitting him. Eric would adhere to the SSRI antidepressants at first, but over time, him taking the pills, it became kind of irregular. After Eric started taking antidepressants, his teachers started to notice a change in his behavior. He became very aggressive towards other students, and at one point he allegedly remarked that he was going to die in a, quote, white revolution. Yes, Eric would begin to express radical beliefs, and he vocalized support for far-right and left movements. This combo of increased agitation, threats, and interest in radical groups, it was certainly a worrisome concoction, and this behavior around the time was an ominous precursor for what was to come. Eric's mental state had deteriorated quite a bit in the latter half of high school, and he would eventually set out to physically engage in the violence that he often discussed. Eric would hatch a devious plan. It was reported in March of 2006 that he started laying out the groundwork for a master plan of sorts, which was an attack on the students and faculty of his very school. And while in the planning process for this foul deed, that's when Eric's online activity commences. Eric created his first YouTube channel, Natural Selector 89, on March 15th of 2007. He would use the channel to express himself by uploading various memes, quoting philosophers, reading poetry, as well as discussing events like shootings and natural disasters, as one does. The young man would also frequently talk about atheism and his hatred for religion. These videos contain talking points where he would, in rather juvenile fashion, criticize elements of the various faiths of the world. But in the same hand, he would also confidently proclaim in one of these videos that he was a god and that he should be worshipped. Pick a side, okay? Now, Eric's channel description on Natural Selector 89 is truly a sight to behold, and I think I'll just let TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, read some highlights from this thing.
I will read it in the most derisive voice possible, but even if I didn't, it would still sound ridiculous. Ahem. I'm basically getting more and more retards on my channel saying I'm insane, crazy, or crap like that, because my views are different, apart from the moral majority. I am a dissident. I am an individual. I am an animal. I am a human. They are not. They live in a delusion which is called the real world. They say to me I must get a life. Heh. Well, all I say is that life is what every individual will make it be. There is no other meaning in this world, and live than what individual determines it to be. They also feed my anger with their stupidity.
In one video uploaded by Eric, he would make cryptic comparisons to The Matrix, explaining that he wasn't delusional, he just saw society for what it was. A collection of people who believed they had freedom but were actually enslaved by the government and corporations, and you guys just don't realize it. We truly live in a society. Some of Eric's content would also revolve around the philosophy of social Darwinism. You know, to sum it up, social Darwinism, the same sort of natural selection that applies to plants and animals, Well, that applies to humans as well, survival of the fittest, but in a social setting, meaning that certain, well, you might say that he was saying that some races were better than others, or people with disabilities shouldn't be around. Damn, Eric, we're really going this way? Now, as mentioned prior, atheism was a big part of Natural Selector's channel. He hated God and those who believed in religion to the point where it almost seemed like he wanted to enact violence towards these folks. Now, in early YouTube, there is one YouTuber that likely comes to mind when you hear the word atheism. Enter the amazing atheist in the story of Eric Avenen, or Natural Selector. Yes, one content creator that noticed Eric's melodramatic and edgy videos on social Darwinism was TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. The infamous skeptic YouTuber, early internet champion of atheism, and lover of bananas.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
So for those of you who haven't heard, I've recently become embroiled in a sex scandal involving chocolate syrup, hot coffee, and a banana, which apparently is the atheist's worst nightmare.
The amazing atheist was intrigued by Natural Selector's opening videos on nihilism and found his views on atheism questionable. So TJ would start making videos about Natural Selector, justifying his coverage by saying that the Natural Selector account was the primary representative of social Darwinism on YouTube, which even if his videos only got a few dozen of views, that was probably the truth or the case at the time. The amazing atheist would make a couple of videos criticizing Natural Selector's content, basically roasting him for essentially being what he saw as an edgy teenager who was talking about a bunch of philosophical and atheist stuff that he knew nothing about. Basically calling Natural Selector out for going Joker mode and being a whiny bitch.
A user by the name of Natural Selector 89. He is being chosen for 3 major reasons. First and foremost, he is the primary representative of this philosophy on YouTube. No one makes more videos on this exact topic than he does. Secondly, he refuses to defend his position to any subhuman that dares challenge it. Plus, despite Tanashil's insistence to the contrary, he is quite the whiny bitch.
Though TJ would end his criticisms of the Selector with a bit of good faith advice. He tells Eric that he shouldn't care about the people around him becoming mindless automatons, and that he should just worry about his own life, which is some good advice. I'm not actually sure if Natural Selector ever responded directly to TJ in a video of his own, but yeah. It's important to this narrative that you know that the two interacted and that TJ was sort of calling this guy out for his sort of skewed views on atheism and his nihilistic postings. Sometime after the TJ saga, Eric's channel, Natural Selector 89, would actually be suspended from YouTube, this occurring in October of 2007. The reason for this ban is unknown. On the same day of this digital exile, he would create a new channel called Sturmgeist89, and his content would be in the same nature of his previously banned channel, with Eric continuing to talk about religion, his hatred for it, as well as his interest in historical carnages and tragedies. An escalation would soon come, and things would get deranged shortly after, as after Sturmgeist was created, Eric would obtain his own firearms license and purchase a .22 caliber Sig Sauer Mosquito handgun. Equipped with this weapon, he would subsequently upload videos testing out his pistol by shooting apples and lemons in the woods. At one point in one of these lemon videos, he looks at the camera and smiles like a fucking psychopath, dude. Eric would become obsessed with this pistol and the other weapons that he would eventually collect in the coming weeks. And with his odd affinity for massacres like school shootings, it was clear where Eric's head was at. Meanwhile, back on YouTube, the amazing atheist who had been keeping an eye on Eric would grow concerned. You see, TJ suspected that Eric had been interacting with a radical online community that was led by a YouTube user who went under the pseudonym Robin McVeigh. This channel name obviously a reference to domestic terrorist Timothy McVeigh. This Robin McVeigh account reportedly posted content that encouraged people to commit school shootings or at least discuss school shootings extensively with almost like a praising nature to it. And apparently Eric had been communicating with this account. TJ, the amazing atheist, would see this and attempt to reach out to Eric, offering emotional support when he saw that he was being misled by this Robin McVeigh account. But alas, TJ apparently couldn't get through to Eric. And seeing the disturbing evolution of natural selector slash Sturmgeist, TJ would make a call for authorities to investigate the natural selector slash pro shooter community on YouTube. TJ felt like somebody needed to look into these guys, but sadly, nobody of any authoritative capacity ever would, leading to the following tragedy. On November 7th, 2007, Eric would upload his final video to his channel, which was called Jokala High School Massacre 11/7/2007. In this video, he would share images of his own high school along with 2 photos of him holding guns colored with a crimson filter. It was clear what he was about to do. On the same day, Eric would upload multiple videos and files onto RapidShare, a Mediafire-like website. There he uploaded music and his own manifesto. This manifesto was written in both English and Finnish and would consist of Eric rationalizing his motives for a soon-to-come culling. It was his natural selection process. The manifesto highlighted social Darwinism, and Eric wanted it to be known as an act of terrorism, he says, a total war against humanity. Eric made sure to state in his manifesto that his violent tendency didn't come from any external factors and no one told him to do it. He says it all came from within. Suicide notes were also left on his desk at his house, addressed to his parents. One of these said, quote, "By the time you're reading this, I'm probably already dead." Eric would later enter Jokala High School with his arsenal of guns at approximately 11:40 a.m. 2 minutes later, he would encounter his first student, where he raised his weapon, fired, and killed the student on the spot. Eric would continue to go on to murder a total of 8 people, including an educational welfare officer who had tried to persuade Eric to surrender. Eric would respond to the peace offering by shooting the woman 7 times. Eric also attempted to burn the school down using a mixture of gas and oil. This attempt proved unsuccessful, though. A little bit before noon on this day, Eric would get into a shootout with the local police officers that were attempting to negotiate with him. He would try multiple times to reposition himself to get a good shot on him, but luckily he wasn't able to harm any of these officers. Afterwards, Eric would move to the school's bathroom, where he would put his bag and his jacket on the floor and attempted to take his own life sometime after 12:04 p.m. He shot himself in the head. However, he wasn't successful. Eric would later be carted to the hospital and he would die. The natural selector's wrath was finally over. This became an international news headline, and on the same day, the amazing atheist would upload a video titled, "I Knew This Would Happen." In the video, he begrudgingly expresses the fact that he wishes that people would have caught on to this earlier. He did predict it after all.
Today, I am vindicated, but I don't feel good about it. And you can probably tell that I'm not happy about my vindication, because it was something that I warned you would happen. Something that I told you to be mindful of, and you didn't. You weren't mindful of it. You criticized me for it. Many of you said that I was being a bully, that I was picking on you. Well, one of those poor little picked on morons decided that he was going to go to school and shoot up his class. And he killed 8 people, including his principal.
In his video, TJ would reveal that Eric had messaged him a few times recently, and apparently Eric showed remorse towards TJ and actually apologized for the past hostilities between them.
I don't really have anything to say. I mean, he was nice to me towards the end of our relationship, which was very tenuous. He wrote me a few times. I ignored him, because I felt like I'd already done that. I felt like I'd already said my piece about him, and I didn't really have anything else to say. Right before he went on his shooting rampage, he sent me an IM that said, I apologize for all the past hostilities between us. And I thought to myself at the time, well, that's very nice. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know why you're suddenly apologizing to me, but thank you.
TJ claims that the apologetic message was sent right before the shootings occurred. TJ the Atheist would end his video with a statement in which he proclaimed that
we shouldn't turn him into a monster and we shouldn't turn him into a hero. We need to think of him as exactly what he was, a pathetic fucking teenager who didn't know that what he was doing was wrong.
the Sturmgeist Natural Selector saga has been forgotten by most. In my view, this is one of the most disturbing instances that led up to an abandoned channel. This next abandoned channel story is truly a sad case. It's the unfortunate tale of Wildebeest 88883333, a teenage creator who was killed in an infamous natural disaster, one that he eerily foreshadowed to years prior to his death. Will Norton was born on August 19, 1992 in Joplin, Missouri, to his parents Mark and Trish Norton. Will grew up with a happy-go-lucky attitude and was described as someone who loved meeting new people and making sure they felt included and welcome. He had aspirations of becoming a filmmaker and would make the decision as a teenager to start a YouTube channel. Will Norton had created his YouTube channel Wildebeest 88883333 on September 26, 2006, and he began making YouTube videos in November 8th of 2007, where he gleefully shared various details of his life with the public.
Oh, life is good. That's right. It's a school night and it's late and I should be asleep, but I can't make myself go to sleep. I am just in way too good of a mood and I don't even know why. I have no reason why, to be honest. Sometimes it's good to just be happy, and sometimes it's good to just make a YouTube video. Well, this was fun. No, I'm kidding. I'm not leaving you yet. Jeez, what are you thinking? Come on, use your brain here, people. Wow, you all are like,
you're not good at this, don't try.
No. YouTube drama, stay away.
His videos were mostly comprised of traveling footage as well as interesting trivia, facts about animals, and other subjects that interested him. While creating content,
that's
Will
cool.
would find
Got no
some
issue with that.
success, as he would eventually be invited.
He's got the haircut that the girls like.
On May 13th of 2008.
He's got that bowl cut and that look. He should have girls falling off of him. It's weird. He shouldn't have any time to be a psycho or a weirdo or any of that. He should have girls falling all over him or whatever. It's weird that like life, like, you know, is so weird. It's like you made your life bad. You're the kind of type that the girls go nuts for. You can see it. It's stupid. So just go live that. Why be all weird like this?
be a banner. Yeah, that's right, I'm in the YouTube Partner Program. I'm really excited. This is going to hopefully motivate, is a good word, motivate me to make better videos.
He would continue to make YouTube videos about his life as a teenager. His channel serving as a diary of sorts, where he talked about pet peeves, life updates, plans for travel, stuff like that.
Here's my pet peeves. Let's take a picture for MySpace.
Alrighty.
You're so completely bored that you decided to take a picture for MySpace. Get your sunglasses on, you look all cool. That's good, I like it.
Oh, I look ugly.
You're not ugly. See? And it really is a good picture. But of course they don't like it. This next one usually happens when you're taking a test, typically a standardized test. And they do that. Will you stop that, please?
Oh, sorry.
Even one video where he excitedly talks about getting a Hummer for his 16th birthday, his prized possession.
Oh
hey guys,
my God.
so a lot of you know,
Who gave this kid a
was August
Hummer?
18th, and I appreciate all the nice messages and comments and emails. And
Don't give
everything
this
you all
kid a
sent me.
Hummer. He's gonna
Wishing me
wreck
happy
it.
birthday. That really made it special. Also, as
He's
all
gonna
of you
wreck
know,
that
if you're
Hummer.
following me on Twitter, I got my car. It's a new Hummer H3.
Now, there's
What?
one notable video around this
When
time
you're
that we need to
16?
talk about. This video being something
You're
of an
a rich kid. You're austero. You're an austero. Your kids. Oh my God. Your parents gave you like a $300,000 car for your 16th birthday. I've only ever met one person like that. My friend Vince Viedelstead. His father owned all of the strip joints in Denver, and he showed up in a different car every day for like a month. You know. He's the only person that ever had a Hummer when he was 16. I've ever heard of having a Hummer when he was 16, but I have met somebody like that. Jesus Christ. I liked Vince too. He was a good guy. We didn't really get along that well, but I liked him. You know, he was a good guy.
uncanny foreshadowing to Will's own demise. It was uploaded in May of 2009 and titled I Nearly Died.
It was a crazy story where he talks about how he survived a very powerful thunderstorm on the way to school one day.
It's May 8th, 2009, and today I nearly died. I wake up this morning and it is storming like crazy. I can hear the hail on the roof. I look out my window. The pool is going crazy because there's so much water flowing into it. The trees are crazy. It's still pitch dark outside and it's like 7:20. So I get ready really fast and I rush to school, out the door, and then I'm leaving for school and there is just tons of rain. And it's like every street is just like one entire puddle. And I'm going and there's trees down in the road. So I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be late. I passed through 18 stoplights on my way to school. 4 of them exploded. And then I saw so many ambulances, which kind of freaked me out because I had to pull over into the big puddles, and I was like, ah. Keep in mind, I drive a Hummer, so really I shouldn't have
I drive a
any reason
Hummer.
to be scared. And then I turn on the main road.
I have no reason to be scared because I drive a Hummer.
Town, and the wind is so crazy. You just see water. It's like horizontal rain, and all the cars are like veering. I was having trouble keeping my car on the road. I drive a Hummer. This should not be happening.
While telling the story, he details how he almost lost his life in the squall due to its intensity.
Anyway, I get there, and I turn on the road that my school is on, and there's a power plant right by it, and it explodes. Like sparks go all across the road and like hit the road. Oh my gosh, it was crazy, right in front of my car. I was freaking out. I made it safely home, and I think I'm just gonna go take a nap for the rest of my life because I didn't die. Oh my gosh, I'm done. I am done. I'm never driving in weather again, ever. Bye guys.
This wouldn't be Will's only encounter with violent storms, as the dark irony of this piece of content would make itself apparent many years later. Meanwhile, as Will continued to create content, it would be revealed that the young YouTuber wasn't the only one in the Norton family who had the urge to be creative online, as his sister Sarah Norton also uploaded videos to her own YouTube page. Her content mostly consisted of makeup tutorials and fashion vlogs. The two were extremely close, as she described him as the most incredible brother anyone could ask for, and she said Will was someone who truly valued happiness. Now back to Will, he continued to find success and even had some brushes with actual famous people. See, at one point Will expressed that his biggest idol in life was Kat Von D from LA Inc.
If you don't know this about me, which a lot of you do, I am obsessed with Kat Von D. Like, here's my room. This is a picture of my room. Yes, That's how obsessed I am with Kat Von D. I have her book, I have 5 posters of her, I think about her constantly, she's through the background on my phone and on my computers and everything. Yeah.
Apparently, the video of him discussing this got back to Kat Von D, and the artist tweeted at him. This resulted in the two connecting, and Will later going to LA to meet up with her. Will made a YouTube video talking about all of it. Increasingly successful in the online world, Will also thrived at school. In school, Norton was an excelling student, and as he continued to make content on his YouTube channel, his passion for filmmaking only increased. And that goal would be fulfilled near the end of his senior year of high school, when he would be accepted into Chapman University, which was a difficult program to get into. Will Norton's life seemed to be set. But sadly though, as you all know, Will the Beast is an abandoned channel. And with a dedicated creator like Will Norton, it's obvious that his absence wasn't by choice. In May of 2011, Will would have another run-in with a severe storm. This time, the young man wouldn't live to tell the tale.
Oh,
Will
no.
Norton was set to graduate from Joplin High School on May 22nd, 2011. The ceremony was held at the Missouri Southern State University campus, which was near the outskirts of Joplin, northeast of downtown. Storms were in the forecast on this day, but few in town expected what was to come. As Will's graduation ceremony wrapped up, weather conditions began to rapidly deteriorate. From what Will's sister Sarah recounts, they weren't all too concerned though, as only a tornado watch had been issued for the area that day, meaning that there was a possibility of a tornado, but an active twister hadn't been spotted. Tornado watches are common in the Midwest, especially springtime in Missouri. Many folks from Joplin likely expected nothing more than a thunderstorm. Will wasn't worried. He had survived many in his time. So at this graduation, despite the weather, there wasn't much panic. Will and company certainly weren't dilly-dallying though, and with their son officially graduated, the Norton family decided to head home. They would split up, with his sister and his mother driving together, and Will and his father driving home in Will's prized Hummer. As Sarah drove home, she noticed the sky turning an ominous black, and winds picked up. Her gut began to tell her this was no routine thunderstorm. Something big was descending upon Joplin. Driving with her mother in the passenger seat, Sarah developed a sense of urgency to get home, flooring her vehicle as fast as she could, running red lights to beat out what looked to be a developing tornado. Sarah's tornado instincts didn't fail her this day, as such a twister had just touched down near Joplin. It was a tornado that would unleash natural horrors dwarfing all that the state had seen in the past several decades. The 2011 Joplin EF5 twister had come. This massive, nearly mile-wide tornado approached Joplin from the southwest and was killing virtually all who crossed its path. All on the roads at this point were sitting ducks for the storm. Sarah and her mother would make it home as the storm raged. Their power soon went out and debris buffeted their home. Thankfully, though, it appeared they were going to be spared from a direct hit by the tornado. But what about Will and his father? Desperate for an update, Sarah called Will on his cell phone, to which he would quickly pick up. It was difficult to make out what was going on, but Sarah says in this brief call she could hear Will's father faintly yell out, "There's a tornado, pull over!" And moments later, a gusting roar and a loud crash overtook the audio of the phone, and the call was almost immediately disconnected.
And we talked, and I was trying to talk to him, and I said, "Dad, are you there? Can you just answer me, please? Are you there? Are you there?" And so, finally, I heard him say, "Will," because Will was driving right now. I was in the passenger seat of his H3. And, I finally heard my dad say, "Will, pull over, pull over, pull over." He goes, "There's the tornado, pull over." And then I just heard this wind suck them up, and I could tell it was really bad. I could tell it wasn't just outside the car somewhere. I could tell that they were getting blown up in the tornado. They were getting sucked up, and I could hear glass.
Oh.
And then finally the phone went dead, and I kept saying,
Oh, I'm sorry, babe.
It seemed as if Will had crossed the path of the tornado and his vehicle might have gotten sucked up into the vortex and tossed. Yes, during the tornado,
It was the Hummer
found
hubris.
itself right in the middle of the storm. It said that when they were being sucked,
He rode that Hummer like a fucking necklace, and the hubris caused him a problem. I'm dead. Why? Okay. Some must aggro. It doesn't really matter in this game. It's nice. You want to pot of silent oil for some reason. Ah. You don't wish to aggro. There's nothing here. It will.
Incoming tell.
Okay. I made a friend, I guess. You never know. Nice to meet somebody good. He was good. He was a good player. Good, or he or she, whatever. They were a good player. He, she, them, what, it, when, where, why, doesn't matter. Whoever they are, I like them. Die, you. I'm scared that all the mobs are going to explode now, and I don't think they ever should have done corpse explosions. Makes me so paranoid now.
Will's father attempted to protect his son.
It was the Hummer hubris, man. You wore that Hummer like a fucking necklace, and all you could talk about was that fucking Hummer, which is what I would do if it happened to me when I was 16 too. I suppose, which is what you're supposed to do. That's why the parents bought him the Hummer. As he kept talking about it, but somehow I feel like the Hummer was hubris. It was a hubris Hummer. Something about the way that you wore it wasn't deserved, and then so the world sucked it away in a fucking tornado. What would it take to fucking suck a Hummer into the sky? Some kind of crazy fucking twister, you know? And I mean, what's a Hummer weigh? That's gonna be 8,000 pounds, something. I mean, yeah, that motherfucker's not light. And like for it to get sucked up into the sky and then trashed somewhere. Did they ever find him? They must have found him. They must have found him somewhere. In the car somewhere, right? Because, I mean, did they ever find him? I mean, what happened here? Yeah, that fucking tornado. He got sucked up in that. I can't believe that happened. The Hummer had nothing to do with it. It's just kind of funny. I feel like if the Hummer wasn't in his life, he might not have died, because I think he was probably feeling like he was in that movie Twister and he had a car that couldn't get sucked up in the tornado, but then it did. You know? And he was like, I've got a Hummer and I shouldn't be worried. He kept saying it on the video. He was like, I've got a Hummer and I shouldn't be worried about bad Texas weather or wherever this is. I'm guessing it's Texas, but I don't know. But, you know, he's Richie McRicher from Texas with Mr. $300,000 fucking Hummer. What's a Hummer H3? They're like, I think they're at least $85,000. I'm fairly sure they're $300,000, but I don't know, and I don't care to look, you know? And something about the hubris of it. You wore the Hummer like a necklace. You had something going on with bad energy with the storm. And I don't mean to shame the dead or speak disrespectfully of the dead. I feel really bad for this kid. I am talking about something about that energy, the way you wore it. Smarter, energetic. It's weird because the kid seemed kind of savvy. Like he might be someone truly amazing when he was older, right? I liked him. But... because he seemed like he was going through a lot of same things that I did. Like I went through a whole Korn, Trent Reznor, Smashing Pumpkins, like nutty phase. Nirvana, mainly Nirvana though. Nirvana was the big one, and Elliott Smith, and At the Drive-In, and I was like nuts for that shit. I had bumper stickers. I was crazy about it. I had CD cases full of their albums and stuff. I was just like nutty at that time about that, and something about the kid really struck me as home. Like I was a lot like him when I was young. I looked like him when I was young, and like the hubris of all of it, the way he wore the Hummer like it was armor against the storm. And I think what he was really feeling was the love of his parents and the fact that they were never going to let him fail, so he felt invincible, as we all do at that age. And so then he rode the Hummer on up into the sky and into death. Because I swear to God, man, that sometimes, I swear to God, items are cursed. Energy will be bad about something or some situation. And if you don't watch the energy, if you don't understand how foolish you're being when you push something like I'm invincible to the storm inside of a car. I really don't think so. I think the car is actually a really bad liability in a storm, actually. I don't think it's the best thing. It's not really that much of an armor. It's more like you're strapped inside of a terrible, huge chunk of metal that could really harm you if it fell or anything like that. And so I think of that car as like a liability in a storm, not a fucking treasure. But I feel like you probably took it into the storm thinking that it just couldn't suck you up. And I think that's probably exactly what it happened. And I think it's foolishness, not to be disrespectful, but it was a bit foolish.
Covering him up while the tornado overtook the car. But the force of the tornado was too strong, ripping Will not only from his father's arms, but from the entire vehicle.
And then there was like a movie scene. They should have made a movie about this. And then there was a movie scene. I think they could have made this kid famous afterwards because, like, you know, I think that's probably what he wanted. He looked like he was a kid who wanted to be famous really bad. And he was, like, doing blogs and stuff, and he looked like a young Shane Dawson type. It's kind of tragic, right? I had a friend like this, a lot like this. He loved the aviator glasses, and he was very proud of his truck, and he was exactly like this kid. He seemed very smart and bright, right? And it's, you know, it's weird. A song came when I was like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm not dead. What was I gonna say? And the whole thing smacked of overconfidence. You know, a song hit when I was young, when I was like 17, and I took it to heart. It's a song by the band called Garbage called Untouchable. And I used to sing this song so much. I really believed in this. I sang this song every time I heard about one of my friends cheating, or one of my friends hurting somebody, or one of my friends like doing something fucked up or something like that. I would sing Untouchable, you know, and I would sing it loud because it's a good fucking song. And the lyrics really got to me at a young age, right? She's talking about cheating, but it's not just that. It's yeah, in Untouchables, it's track number 12 on Garbage's third album, Beautiful Garbage, being both a reprimand and a warning. It's a song surely dedicated to a man in the music industry, right? Who probably burned her, frankly. Let's see what else they said. It's a song surely dedicated to a man in the music business. A different take on the same matter is Flipping the Bird on Garbage's 2021 album, No Gods, No Masters. The track was originally to be remixed and released as a single from Beautiful Garbage by the record company, although plans fell through. They thought this would be a big pop song. I like it like a big pop song. It should have been a big pop song. She wrote it like one. It played like early Taylor Swift or something. It was a really good pop song. And she starts out, she says, "This is nothing new to me. It takes more than what you've got to frighten me. I'm not scared of you. There's nothing you can do or take from me. You think you're untouchable. You think you're untouchable. You know no one's untouchable. You're bound to lose the game. There's no one else to blame. You play so safe and you're not risking enough. You are doomed to be undone. I swear I'll be the one to bring you down. It's all your fault because you got caught. Untouchable. You think you're untouchable. You know no one's untouchable. It must be nice to be so sure and never feel so insecure. It must feel good to believe you're always right and you're never wrong. You've got something to say. You say it to my face and be a man about it. You got a problem with me. Don't go behind my back just like a baby. Untouchable. Pride comes before. You think you're untouchable. You take a fall. You know, you best beware that no one's untouchable. And beware a woman scorned, beware a man scorned, untouchable. You're never untouchable. You never harm anybody. You never harm anybody, and you don't believe that you can't be got by some twister or something like that. You play the game accordingly, and you try not to get killed, and you don't go around storms with Hummers and stuff. And I think he had Hummer energy, and he went to the universe, and he asked for what he got.
Snatched out of his seatbelt by the winds and sucked through the...
And he was talking about how I drive a Hummer. I drive a Hummer. Do you hear it? He put it out to the universe. You heard him do it. He put it. It's weird like this. I believe it now like this, like really bad. If you put it out, you're like, if you go asking the universe, you just stayed in a blog or something. You're like, I should have been dead, but my Hummer, I drive a Hummer, so you know I'm gonna be all right. My Hummer made it perfect, like it was a suit of armor, and it was infallible, and I'm untouchable in it, right? And immediately the word that I used was hubris is the word for this. If you guys don't really know it, it's a hard word to describe, so I'll use the definition, right? Hubris is an interesting Jewish word that means a personality trait that describes an excessive amount of pride or confidence or dangerous complacency. It means that you think that nothing's going to happen and you're tempting fate, but you think this time for some reason that it's not going to happen. And this kid was full of hubris. And that was the word I used at the beginning of this conversation. And that's the word I'm using now. Full of fucking hubris, and can also be described as vanity, ego, or overconfidence. Another word we use for this is naive. Naive or hubris. It's a common personality trait in their generation. He had it. And so he summoned up he summoned up a blog out of his head and manipulated the energy and talked to the universe about how his suit of armor, Hummer, could ford any storm in the port or whatever. And the universe did not like this. So it did the unthinkable and proved to him and honestly, it bothers me when I see a 16-year-old with a Hummer. I think the energy kind of was also his parents a bit, and the whole thing stank of pride. See it in the definition of the word? The whole thing stank of hubris. The whole thing stank of pride. The Hummer was a pride thing for his parents. It was a pride for him. It was to boost his confidence so that he could get girls and be this interesting personality person, because he was. And there was a dangerous complacency that the Hummer was just going to carry him through the whole thing, and that he didn't need to be humble, and he didn't need to embrace everybody around him, and he didn't need to be a member of the community, and then maybe the Hummer was just going to drive him into the future. But no, you have to have it yourself. You cannot ride that Hummer into the fucking future. Your parents should have never bought it. Like okay, when my mother asked me what car I wanted when I was 16, I said, I don't know, but maybe a Subaru. And she was like, oh no, those are like $18,000 new, and I could probably get you one used for like 6,000, but we're gonna buy you a beater because you're gonna wreck it. And I was like, okay. And she bought me. Well, I didn't buy it. I bought it. I bought the Monster Protege. I bought that car. I had saved up for 2.5 years for that car. When I was 14, I worked at Wild Oats, which was originally a Whole Food. I'm sorry, which eventually became a Whole Foods. And so did my best friend, and a bunch of our other friends worked at that Wild Oats. Cheryl the salad bitch. My friend who dated Axl Rose, Cheryl the salad bitch, worked at the salad station at the Wild Oats. And but she was a groupie for Guns N' Roses, and she was a wonderful person. She went with us to Fiddler's Green to see this show. She went with us. It was so awesome. It was one of the best days of my life. We saw Foo Fighters with Crystal Method. The day that The Color and the Shape came out, the day it came out, I shit you not, it was the day the album came out. They had been playing songs for about 5 days. They've been playing Everlong and Hero. Or I think it was just Everlong. But they were playing Everlong. And we knew Foo Fighters had made an amazing Nirvana quality album. We knew it was deep down in our souls. And we knew the Crystal Method was off the fucking hook good. They were off the block, they rocked the block. You know what I'm saying? Crystal Method is an interesting band. I've always loved them. They're so fucking good. We worship them because of a PlayStation game called Nitrous Oxide. And so Foo Fighters with Crystal Method at Fiddler's Green, it would have been the year 2000 or something like that. 1999 maybe. Let's go see. It was Ben Harper with the Innocent Criminals, which is one of this is my best friend's. I think this might be his favorite artist actually, Ben Harper. And with the Innocent Criminals, with Foo Fighters, Run DMC, the Aquabats. I love all these bands, by the way. I loved it. Run DMC, the Aquabats, Crystal Method, The Specials, Big Dad Voodoo Daddy, Eve 6, and Ultra Horse. It was the best show of my fucking life. And on top of it, the Foo Fighters had released The Color and the Shape that day. And they were like, we're going to play you our entire album. And we're like, really? And they're like, we're going to play you the entire album. We just released it today. I'll never forget it. And I was 12 feet away from Dave Grohl for like 3 hours. And it was one of the best experiences of my fucking life. And it was such a good show. So many good. There was too many artists. We had to get around to it. It was 3 solid days. And we went all weekend, and Cheryl the Salad Bitch, the Axl Rose's lover. She was Axl Rose's lover for many years, and I didn't really believe her at first till she started showing me pictures and stuff. She was Axl Rose's girlfriend for a long time, and they did heroin and stuff together. And she was clean, but he wasn't. And she was in Denver working at the fucking salad station. And she showed us pictures. She picked us up in her car, and she showed us pictures of her hanging out with Axl Rose and shit. And she was like, I really love hanging out with kids who just really know what good music is. And she was like, you guys intrigued me when you said you were going to the Ben Harper concert. And she was like, the Foo Fighters are playing with Run DMC. Some of the best bands of the entire generation are playing this show. And you guys mentioned you were going. And she was like, I have a ticket to that show. And we were like, dude, do you have a car? And she was like, yes. And I was like, please drive us to Fiddler's Green. We want to bring alcohol and weed, and we can't if our parents drive us. They'll smell it and they'll know we're drunk and all this stuff. And she was like, absolutely. I will even talk to them on the phone, and I will tell them that I'm a sober, good driver, and I won't drink, and I will chaperone you guys to this amazing show because we were 15. And we were like a little bit scared that she might be kind of like a cougar or weirdy, but no, she was just a wonderful lady. She sensed somebody who might be hanging out with rock stars one day. I definitely have met some rock stars in my lifetime. She sensed a fellow person of the triple, or sorry, not the triple A, but the type A personality. She was a type A. She had tattoos on her ear and rings on her left ear, and only her left ear. And I had never seen something like that in 1999, That was so unheard of. You didn't see torn earlobes with like tattoos and rings and stuff, or like tatted up people. That wasn't common. You wouldn't see that in 1999. That was it was a different time, and like she was the first woman I ever saw with a tatted up ear, and I was like, you are a really interesting lady. What was it like to get that dragon on your ear? And she was like, it's the most pain a human can experience. It's the most nerves that in one single place in the body beyond the clitoris or like your brainstem. And she was like, yeah, getting a tattoo in your ear is one of the most painful, terrible things you will ever do, that a human can do beyond death. And I was like, I believe you, and I think I do. The cartilage around your ear, there's so many nerves in there. Getting a tattoo, that's a hardcore lady. She was a badass salad bitch, and I'm not calling her that because because I'll call women bitches. I'm saying that because she insisted on it. She said, you call me Cheryl the salad bitch. I've been working salad bars all my life. I dated Axl Rose. I work dead-end jobs and I do drugs, and I call me Cheryl the salad bitch. And I was like, really? And she was like, yes, I believe in being a vegan and being healthy, and I believe in salad and Axl Rose. And I loved it. And we went with Cheryl the Salad Bitch to Ben Harper and the Innocent Criminals with Foo Fighters, Run DMC, bitch. Whose house runs house? Whose house runs house? It was so good. And the specials, I worship the specials. And my friend liked Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, but I've never been a fan of theirs. And Eve 6 was on the radio for Turn It Inside Out. Turn it into a let me put your tender heart in a blender, watch it spin around to a beautiful oblivion, rendezvous, then I'm through with you. And I thought they were a good band, but I didn't really think they were amazing, but they were still really amazing. And I was there for Foo Fighters, and it was 99. Kurt Cobain had died in 96, if I recall. Wasn't it 96? When did Kurt Cobain die? It was April 26th, 1990. It's either 92 or 96. I know it's an even number, but I've got brain damage where some of the stuff used to be. When did Kurt Cobain die? It was April 5th, 1994. I was close. It was April 5th, 1994. I was close. I thought it was April 26th, 96, but I believe that's actually Bradley Nowell. When did Bradley die, right? When did Bradley Nowell die? That was May 25th, 96. I was close. I was close. We had two bad deaths, right? It was so bad. So my favorite singer died in 94, and my best friend's singer died in 96, and it wrecked us. It wrecked us. It wrecked me so bad. It wrecked him. He was a Sublime fanatic, and so was I. I love Sublime. I love Sublime like Lana Del Rey loves Sublime. She covers Sublime. Like I like No Doubt played with Sublime. Like Gwen Stefani was one of Bradley's good friends. Like I loved me some Bradley Nowell. One day I'm gonna lose the war, and they lost the war. They both lost the war, and rest in peace. And like in 2 years, and I think Cheryl the Salad Bitch kind of understood what it was for me. I needed to see David Grohl. I needed to see the Foo Fighters. I felt so bad about what happened with Kurt Cobain and all that stuff. And this is all before my time. They were all like 15 years older than me or something like that. They were doing heroin in Seattle and shit like that. They weren't. I've done that shit before. I've done that, but I haven't. I never did it like them. I never lived I lived as a junkie in a motel room with a junkie stripper, but I never lived like the crazy Sid and Nancy shit that they did. We didn't have a Sid and Nancy relationship. We were working addicts, right? They were Sid and Nancy people. They would sign into hotels as Sid and Nancy, and they would just pound heroin, And so we lost them. We lost both Bradley and Kurt in within 2 years. And it was so fucked up. There was so much weird shit going on at the time. Cheryl could sense it. Like I needed that concert. I needed to see David Grohl. It was important for me generationally. You know, it was like to see David walk out on that stage successful and smiling the day that The Color and the Shape hit. It was a God experience. It was a God experience. And The Color and the Shape was the only album I could listen to for like 4 months. That's all I listened to. It was like the only album I listened to. I just like Color and the Shape all the way through. Was a whole experience for a really long time. I've done it on stream before. And I cry because my heroes, like, they die. They're dead. They're gone. Every last one of them. I still have like Trent Reznor and Marilyn Manson and Billy Corgan. And I still got Gwen's still with us and Gavin's still with us. I wish they were still together, but I don't think they were ever compatible. And, you know, and all this other stuff. And I mean, like, we still have some of them with us, but we lost Chris Cornell. We lost Kurt Cobain. We lost Bradley Noel. We lost, my favorite one was Scott Weiland, the lead singer of Stone Temple Pilots. But I always knew we were going to lose Scott. I knew the day that I heard Stone Temple Pilots, we were going to lose Scott. It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. And sure enough, but in Scott Weiland's defense, and that's the lead singer of Stone Temple Pilots, right? In his defense, he went a good 55 years like Chris Cornell. I'd be okay with dying at 55 of heroin or whatever. I'd be okay with that. He went a long time. He gave us, like, goddamn, so many good albums, like Stone Temple Pilots, right? First there was Core, and then Plush, and then Songs from the Vatican Gift Shop, 4, and Shangri-La-Di-Da. And then while there was only like 5 albums, they had all these other singles and stuff that they had done. And they were hugely influential in the scene. And it was like 5 of my favorite albums of all time. And my best friends too. They were all loved Stone Temple Pilots. And so one thing I gotta say in Scott Weiland's defense, and I think he did this on purpose, and I believe in it, after hearing him sing Where's the Man on his solo album when he was in rehab, I came to understand that he stuck around for like 30 years for us. It was for the kids. He even mentioned it in my favorite song of all time, which is Adhesive Love. That's my favorite song of all time. It always has been. Adhesive Love on Songs from the Vatican Gift Shop is my favorite song of all time, I think. It actually is. It's such a sad song, but he's like, sell more records if I'm dead, but purple flowers are once again, which means that he's staying with us, and he did. He stayed with us, like Chris Cornell, till he was like 60 years old, and they didn't make it. They both ended up, you know, losing the war. They're gonzos. We're talking about gonzos, people that believe in doing 15 different drugs at once, you know? What's my drug of choice? Well, what have you got? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. And so, yeah, and so I lived a life like them, but I never had the success, and I wonder sometimes if I'm alive because of it. A lot of them aren't, you know what I'm saying? I actually sometimes glad my band didn't make it, because we were singing like Kurt Cobain. I was trying to be I wanted to be the new Nirvana. You know, I want to be the new Nirvana. I was actually trying to do that. I was trying to, like, resurrect goddamn Kurt Cobain and mix it with Bradley Noel, because we had lost Kurt in 94 and Bradley in 96, and it fucked us up so goddamn bad. The minute we learned about, I already knew about, like, Kurt Cobain when I got into Nirvana, but when we got into Sublime, I had no idea Bradley was dead. I had no idea. The day that we found out about Sublime, I thought I knew them, but all I had ever heard was that song Smoke Two Joints when I lived in LA. But I didn't know Sublime like I wish I had known them. You know, I told my best friend when he asked me about it, I was like, I know Sublime, but I thought they were kind of a poser band for a bit. And it was because Smoke Two Joints was kind of a hemorrhoid. That's what Bradley called it. It was like kind of a bad single that made them sound sort of kitschy and dumb and like a ska band that was trying to be jokey and sort of novelty. But I mean, the real Sublime is good like the Beatles, you know what I'm saying? Good like Bob Marley. It's real Sublime. And there was good 5 or 6 albums. Like, you know, no, there was more than that. There was like 12 or something like that. There was a lot of albums out of Sublime. And I love Sublime. And it sucked. It sucked when we lost Bradley and Kurt. Like, my friends, they were on suicide watch for me for like 10 years. I was so depressed. My heroes were fucking dead, and it got to me. fucking got to me. It gets to me all the time. It still gets to me. I can't believe that Chris Cornell and Scott Weiland both lived to the age of like 57 before they fucking died. I can't believe they went that long. I mean, William S. Burroughs went a whole 100 years, I think. You know, doing junk your whole fucking life is not some dictation about how your life is going to go necessarily. I think William S. Burroughs is proof of that. If you just are smart and you live kind of a docile life and you don't stress it, you're a working junkie, you're probably okay. That this is something they don't want you knowing, but it is true.
Your skill has increased.
You're probably okay. I better kill the pawn first or I'm going to die here. Got some good buffer with that person. Pork Lomain, he was good.
Hummer sunroof. His fate was in the hands of Mother Nature at this.
His fate was in the hands of hubris, which is putting it out to the universe that the Hummer's going to protect you somehow. And I'm going to hit you with the garbage lyrics, right? With the garbage song. No one's untouchable. No one's untouchable. The storm will reach out and touch you and suck that Hummer into the sky and use it as a lesson for the human race. And here we are listening about it, aren't we? This made the news. We are here listening about it. It's almost like God came and played a joke, isn't it? God, you know, there's a reason that they say God-fearing. I think a lot of the time God plays jokes like this, if you believe in such things. I don't really believe in God, you know, not really. But like, you know, but I do believe that if God did exist, they have a sense of humor because this Hummer and this storm is straight out of a Hollywood movie. The whole thing could be a Hollywood movie. They should have made it a Hollywood movie. It would be a story that would touch the nation, I think. The young kid who has, like, you know, the world at his feet and, you know, and he's ready for any battle and his parents get him the Humvee, which is pretty much the American dream, right? Getting a Humvee at the age of 16 because your parents are so successful. They want to show pride in the community that they've done so well. And the kid is wearing the Hummer like a piece of armor, and the hubris blasts, and God sees the hubris and blasts him up into the sky. And I do not intend, I'm not trying to speak ill of the victim. I'm saying the whole story smacked of God action. That kind of thing. It's smacked of nature playing with elements and pulling strings and stuff. The energy was strong with this case. It's almost paranormal. It's almost paranormal and godlike in its randomness and how crazy and hubris it was, and he almost predicted it with his actions on the blog and all this. And that's all God stuff. That's all God in the plan stuff. You never see it like that usually, and when you do, you realize that this was all so many strings tugged at the same time that only God could have been in the plans or something. Is usually the cliche that they use for it.
This point,
whatever was off that God was playing a joke that day. You'll hear them say stuff like that, like God seemed to want to play a joke that day or something because, you know, it started raining frogs, you know, and I'm allergic to frogs, and that's how I lost my sister or something, you know, or whatever, you know. It's just weird like that. Sometimes it's just weird like that. God will be like smiling and laughing at you and playing some crazy fucking joke, like spinning your Hummer up into the fucking sky, like you were talking about on the blog a week earlier. Which is such a weird coincidence that, like, you know, he was like, I drive a Hummer and you know, no storm can touch me. So then the hubris hits and a week later a storm touched him, you know. You would never get this. You would never get this. It's that hubris thing. You would never get this. And then one day, he get this. And I hated that joke. I hated it. But that's how life works sometimes.
Gargantuan.
That's Sacha Baron Cohen being a fucking genius. You'll never get this. You'll never get this on Borat, right? He's talking about his sister, right? You'll never get this, and then one day he get this, right? And that was such a terrible rape joke. I can't believe that Sacha got away with it, and he did. But I mean, that's how God is, sort of like one day they will get this. God is sort of like one day they will, you know, one day they will. No, don't log me. I want to play. Oh, am I still out on the fucking belt? Jesus Christ, I am, huh? I'm gonna pull. Yep, pull. I've got to pull or I'm gonna lose max. It's just disgusting at what I'm doing. Just sitting here AFK. It's alright.
Warp drive active.
Wait. I have pulled... yeah, I might as well fill up if I'm leaving. Yeah, leave. Wait, am I dying? What was that? Why? Oh, I got a thing, huh? Okay. Shoals Drakes. Yeah, leave. And you as well. You just fill these up. Yeah. Just take this one. Yeah, take that one. Yeah, and just go home with it, and then I'll come back and get the rest.
Warp drive active.
Actually, I want to take a bookmark. Oh, no, too late. That's okay. Am I dying? Yes, I am. Ooh, a dark elemental while I'm fighting an ice elemental. That's kind of odd.
Docking request accepted. Docking request accepted.
You can't scam Gorilla. That's stupid. Oh, Gorilla fur. Why am I sleeping? Oh my god. Okay, so gonna go. Contact the Frigid contains a daily award. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? The fuck are you even talking about? Yeah, interrupt this stupid bio too. I don't want it. Take this. Yeah, take it again. Take it again, bitch. Yeah. 200 damage. Oh my god. All I wanted was an alligator. Where the fuck did you come from?
An EF5 was the deadliest tornado to occur in the United States
I
since
like this place.
1947. It killed 158 people, as well as an additional 8 indirectly. Injuries from the storm added up to 1,150. Over 8,000 buildings were damaged. Among those, 4,000 were destroyed, amounting to $2.8 billion in damages.
Yeah, you got blown away in that
Among
crazy
all of these grim
hubris
statistics,
storm.
It was the costliest tornado in American history.
Yep.
The remaining community members
Poor
of Joplin were
kid.
left to pick up the pieces of
Poor
this
kid.
freak storm, and their first task was to rescue those trapped and to find the missing.
Yeah,
The
where was
Nortons
he?
were dealing with such an instance of missing family members. Will and his father never returned home. Sarah and Mom would drive around town for a while, and they did find Will's Hummer. It was completely ravaged.
Oh
and
my
Will and his
God.
father were nowhere to be
Nowhere
found
to
in
be
the wreckage.
found.
They hoped that perhaps they were rescued and taken to a hospital, so the remaining family members would go to the local hospital. And there they would discover that Will's father was indeed there. He had had a torn bicep and several other
lived?
serious injuries.
Hey, at
When
least he
came
lived.
to, he would inform them that Will was sucked out of the car and he
Aw.
wasn't sure if he was alive. Over the next
I'm
several days, the
sorry.
family would continue their searches and continue to
They
call
never
hospitals
found
to
him.
see if Will had showed up.
God
No
took him
luck.
home.
Eventually, 5 days later,
God took him home.
the family would finally
Or
be
whatever.
notified that Will's body had been found.
Oh, now wow! Now I was surprised that they found it. With a storm like that, yeah. I mean, I could see it just blowing out to some trees somewhere, and getting covered by debris, and then just sitting there for 20 years before they ever find it, kind of thing. Very easy for that to happen, and I'm glad they found it.
It was in a pond near the area that the tornado had destroyed his vehicle. Will was dead. As news
Yeah.
traveled about
I'm
Will
sorry,
the Beast's
man.
passing,
That's fucked
many
up.
reached out to social media to express their condolences, including
peace,
Kat Von
yo.
D, Will's
Kat Von
idol,
D.
who would draw a picture in memory of Will Norton. On
Will
June 9th of
Norton.
2011, Sarah Norton would upload a video going over everything that had happened to their family from her perspective. She would also go on to applaud her brother and say that he had been a man of God, and he was truly blessed to have lived a miraculous
Yep, and God took him home. God took him home.
life where he saw many things and had many adventures.
Yep.
Sarah was astonished by the love and support that he was receiving
Quite
posthumously from
literally.
fans and viewers. In 2013, after receiving
It happens like that sometimes. Sometimes it don't pay to go out your front door. Some days I don't. I'm like, nope, not going out my front door today. Donnie Darko fuselage can fall on me. You know? And I really believe that too.
donations, the Rotary Club at
Some
Will
days it does pay to go out your front door, and I do it all the time.
School opened a handicap-accessible ballpark playground that was named after Will, called the Will Norton Miracle Field. As a result of the Joplin EF5, Will's channel remains abandoned to this day. His sister
Yeah,
Sarah
well, I
would
mean, he's
issue
dead.
another memorial for
Where-
him
what else
on
would
her
happen?
channel in 2020. And I think I'll end
Were you
this
expecting
segment
him
with a
to come
brief
back
quote
from the
from
dead
Dad.
or something?
So what I usually try to do
My
every
fuck.
year on May 22nd
You are fucking beautiful. Jesus.
is try to remember Will and do things that he loved to do. So that usually means going to Starbucks and getting a white mocha, his favorite drink, or
Is she underage? Maybe it's creepy what I'm saying, but she looks like she's 22 or something like that. I think it's okay.
going to Sonic and getting an ocean
Those are adult hands, I believe. I think she's probably married.
water, which was his other favorite drink. He loved to take
Yeah, that is an adult woman. She's going to be about 22, something like that. That's my age, I guess. I like them when they're young, I guess, like 22, 24. Right now, my best friend is like 24, I think. Something. And, yeah, perfect age.
pictures with his tongue out, colored blue from the ocean water. And I like to try to spend the day
Old enough to know a good man when they see one, but young enough where you're like, oh my God, she's like the hottest woman on the planet, you know? That's my weakness. It sucks. I do have a weakness for 25-year-old women. Everybody's got a problem, you know? I wouldn't say I have a lot of problems. Maybe addiction, I guess. But overall, in obesity, addiction, obesity, a reckless lifestyle, mindless self-indulgence lifestyle. I'm gonzo, and I'm both introverted and extroverted, extremely introverted, extremely extroverted, and at the same time, and I don't know how. And I would say that I don't have a lot of like weird problems that people wouldn't like about me. I have one weird fetish that isn't gross that a lot of people have. I have one, I mean, like a lot of people have, and I have one weakness, which is women half my age, right? But not 16 or some shit. And I really don't. I'm not attracted to teenage girls. They're actually a turnoff for me. They don't know anything about the world. But like, yeah, women about 25 who have maybe seen the world, you know. And that sucks. And if I were to go out dating right now, I would go to the club seeking a 25-year-old. I would. And a lot of men do this at my age. 40-year-old men, they'll seek someone half their age, which is, I mean, and that's a shitty stage, but I'm in it. I was in it. I mean, the last one I dated, yeah, was, I think, 10 months, something like that, and half my age, 22. Scandalous as hell. She couldn't tell her parents. Like, probably, I still don't think her parents probably even know I exist. You know? And yes, she dated me for a year. Because it's weird. I'm the 40-year-old dude, but I mean, I just happened to meet a 22-year-old that I fell in love with. I think she did too, I would say. Or she wouldn't have spent a year with me. So... and I wasn't looking for that. I did not go to... I went to Stella's, which is the coffee bar in Denver, where I spent a lot of time. And I went looking for someone my age, you know? But I just found a 22-year-old, and she's my best friend. It's weird. She was 20 when she was like 19 when I met her. And I've known her now, 5 years. And she's about 24 now. And I made her show me ID. I was like, I don't believe you. She was so hot and so young. I was like, oh my fucking God. So it just falls in your lap like that. Gives you a reason to live, you know? And even if it wouldn't be successful, I don't think it ever maybe would be. It would ruin a friendship if it was. It's like a my best friend wedding sort of situation, I think, where we really are like best friends, and I don't think she would want to lose that. And I know that the romance would probably kill it. But I mean, I don't know. Like for instance, I would put her in my will, you know? We're that close. And like, but I think what we realized is that the friendship is better. It is better in the end, because it's lasted like 5 years, and it's important. I think it saved my life, especially. And I don't know. Yep, she's right about her age. They're right about this age. It's so smoking hot. It's 24, I think. She's about 24 from her voice. Her voice sounds 24 to me.
With people who I love most and who understand
mature 24-year-old woman. Yep.
what I'm going through. So that usually means my husband, obviously my daughter.
Husband, she's got kids and stuff. She's probably 25. Very good age, you know? Attractive to me. And it's legal, 7 years past legal, you know? It's good.
And then lots of times we...
It's not scandalous unless you want it to be. I mean, it would be hard to explain it. I had to explain it to my parents. I had to tell them I was dating a 22-year-old. I mean, she's not the only one, but I mean, the one before her was my age. She was 30. She's 3 years younger than me. She was 30. Yeah, she'll be 39 now. 39 now. Yeah, 39. And yeah, my one before M is 39 now, and I did date someone my age for like 4.5 years, something. And of the two, I find that people my age, they have been beaten down, but a woman about her age, 25, some such. They give me hope because they weren't destroyed by like 9/11. They weren't. They probably don't have a lot of dead heroes. You know, probably don't have like a lot of addictions or problems or any of that stuff. They're just usually like they're figuring out their 20s. That's their usually their challenge. That's what her challenge was. I tell her all the time. She'll tell me something and I'll be like, yeah, I think you're going through your 20s.
Spend the day with my parents. Sometimes I like to go to Will's gravesite, but if we're being honest, like that's not where I feel closest to him. So I love having pictures of Will around me, especially on this day. If you'll notice, I turned.
You can tell she went major Christian after this because she had to believe that God came and played a joke, I think. And what do you do but love God after that? You can't do anything else but that. It's weird, and I'm not speaking from some point of view of a Christian. I am talking about like the story itself. Like you can tell she had to embrace how this happened because some people might blame God for the storm.
My entire film room into like this wildebeest.
I have a lot of friends who used to scream at God. I had a drug dealer who would sit there and scream at God over his ex-wife. It drove me crazy. He would turn on Behind Blue Eyes by The Who, and he would start screaming. Where do you think I get this shit from? He would start screaming at the top of his fucking lungs about how his ex-wife had fucked him and that he hated God because of it. And it was just crazy. It was just insane, just insane. And he was a crazy druggie, and it just came across as Mr. Crazy Druggie being crazy. And it was just, he was a roadie for fucking, sounds like I'm making up weird stories about bands, like people's groupies and stuff, but he really was a roadie for Lynyrd Skynyrd. He had all the pictures and everything, just like her. Just like Cheryl the Salad had pictures of, for some reason I tend to attract weird personalities like that. And, whatever. Yeah, just, I don't know, like the whole thing, like watching my friend, he's dead now, so I can say his name. My old friend Tim, he was much older than me. He was like 40 when I met him when I was like 16 or something like that. He was like 40, and he was my meth dealer when I was like 19 something. And we were dear friends. We committed some robberies together. We looked out for each other. I lived at his house from now and then, every once in a while for 3 weeks or so, but I wouldn't stay there forever because it was dangerous. And he was a full-time drug dealer, really big drug dealer, He lived in the boonies in a place called Centennial, Colorado, and we hung out at his house, and all the band kids knew him because he was dealing to all the bands. He was the band's drug dealer, So you got to figure all those bands, all those punk bands that are getting high on weed and whatever the fuck else they can get their hands on, acid, shrooms, cocaine, opium, whatever, like, and somebody's got to sell it to him. So that he was our dealer, and he was a 40-year-old man. He was a hunchback, and he was fucked up. He was the first of the two hunchbacks that I met, and they were both fucked up. And he used to scream at the top of his lungs at 3:50 in the fucking morning about how angry he was at God for making him a hunchback. And he had stories. We both had stories. One of our friends, who is also dead, of lupus, her name was Denise. Denise shot her sister to death on her wedding night by accident, and was exonerated, and they took a look and all that, but there was many witnesses that right on their wedding night, Denise was drunk and fucking around with a gun on their wedding night when they were all drunk, sped up, methamphetamine addict like junkies, and they were drunk and they were having a wedding, and Denise shot her sister, and I don't even remember the name of the sister because I never met her, but Denise shot her sister, and then Denise got so depressed that she became a terrible, terrible junkie, and she got lupus from the needles. And Denise was a good friend of mine, and her kids were friends of ours and hung out with us a lot. And they were juggalos. They were the juggalo side of our friendship circle and stuff. I didn't really hang out with a lot of juggalos, but I met my girlfriend M. I met her, who apparently is still alive, which surprises me. I met my ex-girlfriend M when I was 19 years old, and then I dated her. I just out of the blue, I dated her for, I don't know, 2 years or something, 3, 4 years. I don't know how long it was. It was like 2.5 years, I think. And we lived in a motel for 2 years of it, and paid $60 every day. And M, I met her when she was like fucking, I don't know, 16 or something like that, and she was dating Tim's son, Tim, who also is probably dead. And they were she was a juggalette, and I liked her a lot. She was one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever seen in my whole life, or even conceived of. And then I did end up dating her 2 years later. 17 years later, I ended up dating her. And we connected back, and I was like, wait, you knew Tim and Tim's dad? And she was like, yeah, that was my boyfriend for 6 years. I was like, wait, you're Summer? And she was like, yeah, I'm Summer. And that wasn't her name, but that was her juggalette name, was Summer. And like, I was like, wait, I met you like 20 years ago? And she was like, yeah, I think you did. I was like, wow, fucking crazy. 20 years ago, you know what I'm saying? And it was just weird. And I remember her, she stuck out. And then I ended up dating her for 2 years. It was kind of funny. And her sister is wonderful, and I love her to death, but she's also got a lot of problems. And she's from Alaska, and she's beautiful. But so it was weird. But they were both supermodel hot. Both my last one and them, they were like supermodel hot. They were like genuinely fucking like the hottest girls on the planet. Maybe, I don't know why. Like this girl, she's not the hottest girl on the planet, but she's up there. You know what I'm saying? This girl's up there. She's like Hollywood hot. See it? And so it's you see this sometimes. There's a lot of beautiful women on the planet. It's a thing right now for beautiful women to be beautiful. It is. And so you see a lot of women like this. You do. But I mean, but off the chart though.
Room, and I absolutely love looking at these pictures. It makes me so happy. I love going through all the pictures and videos on my phone
it's not your fault. It's not his fault that God chose to play a joke that day and killed a whole bunch of people and dropped a storm on the city, babe. It's just sometimes like that. The storms come. We can't stop them. It's not God's fault that we built a city here. Or well, maybe it is, but or whatever. And she mentioned God, so I'll talk to her like a fucking minister. God is in the details, and it's okay. He'll live on as a memory forever. I'll never forget him.
have of Will and me.
What a beautiful story it was. I'm sorry that it ended in a bridge to Terabithia death of a child, though. It was very tragic, like Bambi or something like that. It was fucking horrible. Bambi's mother. It was a very horrible premise here that he died. It really got to me.
It brings me a lot of joy and happiness, and
yeah,
I don't know, just reminds me of all the great.
You should be famous. You should be famous. You are a survivor. You should be famous. You've got that look and that feel, just like him. I think you guys should have been a famous brother and sister couple that, or not couple, but like a fucking like a couple of famous siblings, like Naomi and Naomi Judd and Ashley Judd. Something like that. You guys should have been famous. You guys have that. You have that charisma. You had it.
Memories that we've shared together.
Both him and you. And you see people like this and you're like, these people should be famous, they should be rich, they should be successful, they've got that smile, it's the charisma, it's the Billie Eilish, it's the type A personality. You don't see it very often. True type A. Like, she's true type A. Like taught, born, self-taught. Nobody taught her how to be this way. She just is. I mean, it's like that. Most of the women in my life are exactly like her. I would say almost all of them, every last one of them except for the one of them was like this. Kind of funny. She's my type. I went gaga for her. That girl is my type. It's kind of funny. I don't care what her beliefs are or any of that shit. Like, she's my type. It's funny.
Harley Dilly and Harley Dilly 2.0 were...
I go for the super hot, smoking super hot 10s. It's a really bad fucking problem. And half my age, her age, like 24, 25. Fucked up. Like, I knew that my best friend, when she was like 25, was gonna be the fucking hottest woman on the planet. And I was like, man, I have designs on you. I used to tell her, I'd be like, I've got designs on you. Maybe it's too early for this. Maybe it's not right time right now. But oh my God, I have designs on you. I'm after you. You are the kid's caboodle. You're everything. You're the trifecta, is what I used to tell her. I put her on such a bad pedestal. She couldn't stand it. I would tell her, you are the trifecta. You're the most intelligent woman I've ever met, more than my mother even, and the hottest woman I've ever even conceived of. And I've seen all the Hollywood movies, you know what I'm saying? And like the best personality I've ever had seen in a woman. And she was like, I can't ever live up to what you're putting me on. I can't ever live up to it. You think I'm perfect, and I believe myself to be perfect. She would tell me that. She would be like, I believe myself to be perfect, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. But I couldn't ever live up to the pedestal that you're putting me on. We had to get over that. I had to stop putting her on that pedestal where I'm like, it's the trifecta. It never happens. You're the diamond in the rough. You're the end all. You're the be all. You're everything that I've ever wanted, and all this stuff. And she was like, stop it. Stop trying to make me that fucking amazing. I can't ever live up to it. And I was like, yep. I get it. We had to have a lot of arguments about that.
Her channel's created by a teenage boy from Ohio.
See, I'll just titter on about her all day like a fucking drunk girl in love. It sucks. It sucks. It's been like that for 7 years, something like that. 5.5 years. Been like that for 5.5 years. It's like an infection. It sucks. It sucks like that. It's like you're just dead and gone. You're done. I want to open the door for another lady. You know what I'm saying? I told her this the other day. I was like, I've been waiting for you for so long. I don't want to anymore. And she's like, yeah, don't. And I was like, all right.
No name.
That's not rejection. It's just the truth. It's our lives are so separate that it's just not like that. Our lives we don't even live in the same state. It's not even like that.
Harley Dilly.
What's up, boys? It's your
fucking sucks. And then, like, now I finally get better, and I finally like lose the weight, and I'm starting to get better, and I can feel myself being happy for the rest of my life, I think. And that's when it's almost most certainly when you don't get what you want. When everything all falls in place, you don't ever get what you want. You get what you need, and I guarantee something else will come or something. I don't know.
Your boy Harley Dilly.
These pages were a hub for the teenager to upload video gaming content around the Madden series and the trading card game that was ancillary to this.
I have a particular weakness for the Duck Dynasty girl. She was so fucking smoking hot. What's her name? Willie's daughter. Willie, who's Willie's daughter? I forget. She's a special kind of beautiful, like my ex, or my best friend. What's her name? Willie's daughter. I can type it in and all of America will know what I'm talking about. Willie's daughter, Duck Dynasty. I can't think of it. Sadie Robertson, right? Has got to be one of the most goddamn beautiful fucking women on the planet. And I mean, like, my tongue's out. I'm sorry, it's sexist, it's horrible. But I really believe, and I'm talking from like an art perspective, not from like a leering sexual perspective. I'm talking about like beautifully classic, cover of magazine beautiful, maybe the most beautiful woman on the planet at one time in the world, I would say. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know why I'm dead. Why did two pop on top of me? Oh my god, I'm instant dead. Great. Yep, thanks. Goddamn pop aggro bullshit. Fucking idiot developers. Thanks. Yep. Great warning. And yep. Thanks. Yep. So sorry I went to AFK, Master. So sorry. Jesus Christ. How dare I live my life, you know? For fuck's sake. Anyways. Yeah, so Sadie Robertson. Fucking beautifully classic hot like that. Woman I love is hotter. I can't get a good picture because Google sucks taking pictures now. Oh, is she married now? Yeah, I bet she probably is. Yeah, hells yeah. So yeah, but she's still too young. Younger than, she's too young, I think. So yeah, Sadie Robertson Huff. She must have dated one of them dudes or whatever. Yeah. And so hells yeah, good for her. Beautiful.
This franchise. But Harley's content isn't what makes him notable. It's the bizarre circumstances surrounding the abandonment of his channel. See, Harley abruptly vanished, and his channel has been left untouched since December of 2019. In what would eventually become a law enforcement investigation and an alleged conspiracy plot that swept the online true crime sleuth community into a frenzy, this is the story of Harley Dilly. Let's begin with a bit of personal life details surrounding Harley. It's said that he has some issues as a teenager. 14-year-old Harley Dilly from Port Clinton, Ohio, his life revolved around gaming. According to his mother, Heather Dilly, her son had a video game addiction. Gaming would cause turmoil in the Dilly house frequently. Heather revealed in an interview that at one point the family had become concerned with this perceived addiction and they took away Harley's games, resulting in him throwing a part.
Well, I mean, you know, it'd be like that. I mean, heroin isn't shit compared to gaming, and no one in the world wants to admit it. But it's like that, man. Gaming will eat you up. It'll suck you dry. It'll eat your whole soul. Look at me. I'm living witness. I put 2.5 years of my life on this fucking channel. Or no, not 2.5 years now. It's been like 1 year and 3/4 or something like that. I put 1 year and 3/4 on my YouTube channel or something like that now. It's just gone on forever. 2 years now, something like that. I should have remembered the day, but I don't know. I guess I'll just use whatever the first video is or whatever. But yeah, been 2.5 years now, and I'm gonna keep recording my life and all this. And yeah. Every single day, 14 hours a day, for the last 2.5 years, I have pounded video games. Excuse me, I had the hiccups. I have pounded video games for 14 hours a day for 2.5 years, and I can't get enough. I want more. They don't make them fast enough. There's not enough. You know what I'm saying? Not enough. I need more. Give me more. You want to talk about real addiction, you know? Wait, please. I hate how you put this character first. It's so annoying.
Particularly angry fit that caused the police to be called. Outbursts such as this were said to have been somewhat common from Harley. The young gamer suffered behavioral issues and was diagnosed with Asperger's when he was a young boy. As a child, he would get in trouble at school as well and had to regularly attend counseling for his...
Something happened to a couple of generations. Something in the paint or something in the water, or that fluoride that makes the frogs gay or whatever, right? Something they did turned a whole 2 or 3 generations. 3, I think. It's the young millennials, the doomers, and the the doomers and the zoomers. And yeah, all 3 generations riddled with Asperger's people. Not just men, but women too. And...
behavioral issues. As a teenage gamer, Madden football in particular became an outlet for Harley to channel out pent-up energy. He found the competition in these games too enticing to put down. According to Harley's mother, as his skills in Madden and other games grew, Harley expressed that he wanted to become a full-time gamer and online gaming influencer. He had aspirations to be a YouTube content creator or a streamer, perhaps. Make that money, you know what I'm saying? Harley's personality would become completely defined by his affinity for gaming and online content creation. His passion for it so obvious to his peers that Harley was voted most likely to become a YouTuber in his high school yearbook once. He would regularly upload gaming videos and also these vlog style videos where he could be seen complaining about his parents. All this content would be posted to the Harley Dilly channel. Yeah,
they won't let me play video games.
As I just mentioned.
Yeah, when it comes to I'm like this too. I was like this too. If they there was one time that there was a couple of times that they tried to take video games away from me. It didn't go well for them. My mother ended up putting a hammer through a television. It didn't really go too well. Like, you know, you couldn't really take the games away from me. I wouldn't really let you do that. That was like taking my oxygen away. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't gonna happen. That'll never happen. That'll never fucking, I can't take it away from myself. That'll never happen. Even if the grid goes down, I'll figure out some way to run a fucking solar panel to a computer or something, and I'll sit and I'll game for the rest of eternity. Trust me, it's like, even if the grid goes down, there's nothing that can stop me. Heroin isn't shit compared to gaming. It's not. It's the worst compulsion I've ever witnessed. The only other thing I think I'm as passionate about is love. That's it. Gaming and love. That's it. You know? Not even drugs are as strong as gaming and love for me.
Mentioned he would sometimes discuss issues in his personal life in detail.
Not just love of a woman or whatever, like, you know, it's the or a dog or your pet or like, you know, your parents or something. It's just love, period. Love of what you do, love in everything that you do, appreciation of everything, or not the appreciation of everything, and the passion and the love that makes you hate them, you know, or hate the thing, whatever it is. And so the love is a big part of it. Yeah. It's like a weird thing. It's like, I literally have it on my Facebook. It's like gamer, music, love, poet, warrior poet, but no violence, punker at heart, something like that. That's what I put on my Facebook, because it's true, because it's like, and Gonzo. And Gonzo's been on my Facebook since like 2006, I think. Yeah, since like 2006, Gonzo, right there in the fucking description of my name. I don't hide it from anybody. Everybody knew it. I'm Gonzo. I like the drugs. I always have.
Family drama, notably. One notable video in this regard was published in October of 2018. And it has
it's weird because I think drugs were a phase for two of my friends. One of them is dead in my inner circle. And then one of my other friends, who's a lot younger than me, like 7 years younger than me. It's kind of funny, but he's in my inner circle, and I love him like a brother because he is. He was Gonzo like me. And our other friend probably was Gonzo like us too, I think. But it's weird. We got 3 Gonzos in the same group, and yeah, let's just say that there's only like 4 of the 5 of us left. I mean, it was nuts. There was like, every one of my friends has done every drug known to man. My best friend has done every drug I have, I think. I'm fairly sure. And it's like, I don't know. And that's weird. He doesn't like drugs, I don't think. He likes marijuana. He loves marijuana. Like you know, he really like I love marijuana. He would smoke it like this if he could, but he has jobs and stuff. But yeah, like he loves marijuana. And also his lungs are probably shot, but like mine. But I mean, he loves marijuana passionately, like me. But he didn't like the drugs like I like the drugs. I love the drugs. I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. You know.
Discussing an altercation with his mother.
Drugs. I love the drugs. Drugs. I love drugs. Drugs. Unabashedly love the drugs. Like I like pussy, money, and weed. I like everything. I love everything. But oh boy, I love the drugs, the video games, and the women. You know, it's just kind of weird. It's like a compulsion for me. And so when you don't see me chasing skirt for 2.5 years, you know that I'm doing like the best I've done in my whole life, because I did my whole life. I chased women my whole life. I always had some girl in my sights. Someone I was texting, someone I was like kind of hinted at, showing up at their work or whatever, try to buy them something, you know, like, I don't know, get them something nice. You know, take him out to dinner. Hey, you want to get high? I got like a big old sack of fucking like dank marijuana.
Which ended up with the police getting called, similar to a scenario we talked about earlier.
Hey guys, what's up? It is Harley Dilly.
I like
Probably
him.
One of my worst days.
But I don't think he should be on YouTube. I think he is an average person. Sorry.
My life. So,
and I think this is it, because these kids were raised by YouTube. I really mean this. Like they weren't raised by Nickelodeon. They were raised by YouTube, right? These kids were raised by YouTube. My best friend is one of these people. They were like raised by it, and I think that they think that they can talk all day. But do you see how he's struggling? He's kind of struggling to do it. And I think the difference is, if you want to be a talk show host and be on YouTube and shit, you better like pretty much not be able to shut the fuck up ever. You understand? Like you it's like a compulsion for you. You better be able to fucking talk all the time. And do you understand how you, like, even at a young age, I was not able to shut the fuck up. Even at a young age, even at his age, I was still exactly like this. My mother will tell you I was always like this. It was worse after I did the drugs, and I'm way more hyper now than I was, right? But I always was a goddamn motor mouth. I'll run the fucking mouth all goddamn day. And they're like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Some days I would hear shut up 200 times, you know? from everybody but teachers, basically. Anybody who wasn't forced to deal with it. My friends, everybody, they'd be like, shut up, dude. Everybody would be. And that's the difference, right? If you want to sit on stream, you want to be a streamer, it's different. Being a content creator is like being a director who writes their own play, which is what he probably wanted to be, but I don't think he's that good at it, right? I think what actually it really is you better have that gift of gab and talk and string a sentence out like I'm doing right the fuck now. All of your fucking life. Just keep fucking stretching it out. Just keep talking about how you're stretching it out. It doesn't fucking matter. You're still fucking talking about something all fucking day long. You have the gift of gab. It just keeps going. You talk about like how you feel about his glasses. You talk about how you feel about his face. Should he be famous on YouTube? He doesn't really have the look of a famous person now, does he? He's kind of slow, and I just continue. He doesn't really have the gift of gab. He can't really stop it. He can't keep it running and running like a goddamn Machine Gun Kelly shit all day long, like motherfucking Yellow Wolf, just spitting lyrics all motherfucking day long. Just talk, like just like off on your own fucking thing. You don't need anybody to fucking listen to you. You don't need anybody watching you. You can just keep talking all the fuck day about whatever the fuck you're thinking about all fucking day. And you got to kind of wonder, his image doesn't fit. His image and his business wasn't truly done right. And it's funny because we just saw a kid who was naturally talented, who had the gift of gab, who couldn't stop talking about his Hummer all goddamn day long, right? Now this kid, watch this kid struggle. He doesn't have the confidence. He doesn't have the face. He doesn't have the type A personality. He should not be on television. Now, okay, if you were to ask my mother what her ideal job would be, I think she would say casting director. And she literally one of her more subtle forms of love and / punishment was she taught me to look for the perfect actor for every role. And she showed me all of her life that about half the time the casting directors get it right, and about half the time the casting directors don't get it right. And she made me learn every single time they miscast anybody in anything, in all of the television that she likes, all of the movies that she likes, everything she's ever seen, even the singers. Everybody, right? And she's right. She's always been right. She's like a dead-on, perfect goddamn casting director, and she pitches these perfect things that you're like, yeah, I think you're actually right. That would be the perfect guy for the role, you know? And of course, I'm sure she's probably missed some, but like overall, she's like perfect at this. She's almost autistic at it, right? She's got a gift with it. She's like a casting director at heart. She's good, and I'm sort of the same way. I go looking for talent in places you wouldn't normally find it, and use it to build a crew that'll get me out of whatever mess I'm in, you know? And so you have to be able to talk to them all goddamn day. You just talk to them. You fucking crack a beer and start fucking talking. It doesn't fucking matter about what. Blah, 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 blah. All fucking night. Let's talk about your favorite 80s metal band. Let's talk about how much you like Smashing Pumpkins. Let's talk about how much money you spent in high school. How you made your money in high school. Let's talk about how many packs of cigarettes have you bought in your life. Can you make an estimate? Let's do the math on it. How much do you like Breaking Bad? How much do you like Tori Amos? How much do you like Imogen Heap? How much do you like Gwen Stefani? How much do you like Nine Inch Nails? How much do you like Pink Floyd? What's your favorite fucking Pink Floyd song? Well, I mean, you know, I'll just do this all night long. It's not like I wanted to be a fucking multiple choice question of a personality. I just am. And I don't want to be like this. I just am. And that's the difference. Their generation was raised on these people like Shane Dawson. I know because I'm in love with somebody who was just raised by Shane Dawson, basically. I swear to God. And I wish I was joking, but no, I really believe that Shane Dawson kind of raised my best friend. I really do, kind of. And a lot of other fucking streamers too. I think we're all kind of a product of it now. It's sort of nuts. They're like, we've been raised by streamers now. Now I've got 5 years of history of people who were extremely influenced by influencers, and it wasn't something I had until I was like 35 or something like that when I met her. And then I went nuts on the YouTube, and I realized that it's like the new revolution for me, and I could just talk all day. You can't fucking stop me. I'm sure it bothers most fucking people. Listen to this fucking meth head crackhead just blah 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 all day long about nothing, like Seinfeld. Like just all day it's a life and a blather about nothing, like Seinfeld, right? But I mean, that's what it takes. If you can't shut it off, you can't make it in this business. That's what it takes. Everybody that you see, some of the YouTube content creators aren't like this, but most of us are. The streamers are all entirely like this. The streamers can't shut it off. The content creators can. The streamers, like me, I'm doing both. I'm doing content creation live in real time. 50 years of goddamn my history, my career with 0 edits, all recorded. Every game I played, everything I did, every death, every embarrassment, every rage, every time I called some fucking clueless asshole a cocksucker to his fucking face. 50 years of it. It's gonna be like that. I don't care. I'm not censoring it. It's motherfucking Truman Show. You understand me? My life is the motherfucking Truman Show. Just goes on all goddamn day, like Justin TV, blah 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 blah, like Shane Dawson, blah, 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 blah. What food? Oh, the G-Wagon. Let's talk about G-Wagons. Do you like the G-Wagon? Shane Dawson's got a G-Wagon. Rylan has a G-Wagon. Blah blah blah. We can just talk about this all day.
I was at school and I was science test.
And so now you're stuttering. You're taking these long pauses. Your story is boring because I really couldn't give 2 shits about a 4th grader's day. And let's go. Get on with it.
My computer says 1% battery left.
Okay,
so
great. Good story, bro. Are you going to charge your cell phone?
To the next class, and I put it on charger as quick as possible, but...
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you charged your cell phone, did you?
It didn't charge.
It didn't charge, and so something really bad happened. What was it? Do you see how I'm talking over him and doing his own content for him? Because he can't talk. And a lot of people in the scene are like this. They can't talk. They don't deserve to be here. They can't talk. You can see it. They're not talkers. They're not. They've never, they haven't spent probably like goddamn 2,000 nights of their life talking all night, you know? They haven't done that. They haven't spent 2,000 nights of their life talking all night from goddamn dawn to goddamn dusk. They're not like that. And they try to be, and they so deeply want to be. They really need it. They want that clout. They want that acceptance. They want to be Shane Dawson. They want to be this. But I'm sorry. I don't think you can talk all night and keep somebody entertained for that fucking long. I don't think you can. I don't think it's in you. I don't see it. I think you could do this for 10 years and you're still going to be slow.
The computers would take a charge. So I took it back.
Okay.
And I had to fill out a complaint. And that's one of my expensive parts of the computer. And my mom said she's not paying anything. That's when I got home. So then my mom wanted me to go with her to go get a friend. And I said, I don't want to. I have work to do, so I want to go home. She said, no. We argued for about a good 5 minutes. Then she snapped. She said she was going to call police. And
do you realize that you're kind of sociopathically detailing a fight with your mother? Maybe he would be a good streamer. Maybe he would be a good streamer. Maybe I'm not one to question him.
She said she already did. She said, who do you think that first call was to? And she said it was the police.
Harley seemed rather upset with his life circumstances, to say the least. Now,
you got the cops called on you because you broke a computer at school. Okay.
Sometime around this upload, Harley Dilly would create a new YouTube channel called Harley Dilly 2.0. His reasoning for doing so is stated in the channel's description. Quote, "This is my main channel, but temporarily named because other channel is getting deleted in 2 years." And
2
I gotta
years?
be honest, I don't
Why? What do you mean getting deleted in 2 years? Oh, yeah, something to do with his mother or something? Oh no, I like, see, the story got all fucky really fast, which is why Wavy Web Surf is delivering this content. It's so good.
exactly know what Harley means here. Maybe this was like
yeah, so are you going to be forcibly YouTube shut down by your parents here? Is that the implication here? What's the implication, right? It's almost like Always Sunny. The implication, what is it? What's the implication here? Are your parents going to destroy your life's work? Is that what we're kind of getting at here? You really shouldn't do this sort of manipulative, dumb stuff. Maybe he would be a good streamer. He's doing the kind of dumb Logan Paul, Jake Paul shit that they do. So let's see.
Channel that his parents couldn't know about. I really
His
have
parents
no
couldn't
idea.
know
I don't
about.
know if his first channel was terminated or what.
I think he's also like not that smart, because I think you could just make another channel, change your identification, and be done with it. Who the fuck cares? Like honestly, I feel like I could do that too. I could easily just change the name of my stream. I think I would get the same fans back. I don't think I could hide from them, but I think I would definitely get, like, you know, I would definitely, you know, be able to build a new channel. I really have no fear of that. I did that recently on Kick, and I got 250 subs straight on Kick. I have 250 subs on Kick. That's more than 90% of the people on Kick, believe it or not. It's like you either get 0 or you get like you get 3 things. You get 0, you get like 200 like that, and then you peter out because you quit, or you get tens of thousands up there and you're rich. One of the 3. It's not like somebody sits down there with some weird number like 15 for a long time. Well, it is kind of like that. They sit down with a number like 15 for a long time. But I mean, in the 3 months that I did Kick, I got 250 subs. And I didn't talk to anybody on Kick. I didn't respond to any of their chat. I didn't, you know, I didn't like address them. I didn't say hello, Kick. I didn't acknowledge them. I didn't talk to them or anything at all. And I got 250 fucking subs, and that's how I know. That's how I know. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that is how I know. It's just like, if you can keep talking all goddamn day and not be boring, like, trust me, I think you can probably do well in this business. If you can't, you won't.
His explanation just doesn't make any sense. If
that makes sense, you know. And I knew when I was able to keep, like I had at one time like 350 people in my channel for a good 2 hours, you know. And if you can keep 350 people there for 2 hours, and you just keep talking and you talk shit, and you kind of say hello, you say, oh, thank you for the love and the follows and everything, thank you for the raid and everything. I don't like raids anymore because they're not on my schedule. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be surprised. I don't want them making fun of me for playing Fallout 76. I don't want them making fun of me for playing Final Fantasy 11. I don't want them making fun of me. I don't like the idea of a raid. It's like, honestly, I look at what my life is, and I think most of it would inspire ridicule in my fellow gamers, I would say. So I just don't really care what they think. It's not like I'm sensitive. I just don't want to care what they think. I don't want to respond to them. I don't care. I don't trust them either. That's another thing, because a lot of them could be people that have tried to kill me. It sounds paranoid, but a lot of them could be one of the 2 people that have tried to kill me. You know what I'm saying?
Sense to you.
So I'm also paranoid, and I don't trust them. I kicked somebody out of my channel recently, and I felt so bad about it. He was like one of my most loyal community, and he was like, come on, you met me in game one time, we're so friendly and all this. And I was like, yeah, but I don't trust you. And you understand, I don't ever want it to be anything like that. I didn't need that the word trust should ever even be in the sentence. I don't want to talk about this right now. That's verbatim what I said to him. It was so disrespectful and so fucking mean. But it is the truth. It is the truth. I don't trust them, and I need them, but I don't trust them. That's the difference. So there's like I don't know if there's going to be much byplay. I don't think so. Not for a long, maybe not ever again. I don't think that's happening. I'd have to bring someone else into my channel and open up the chat. I'd have to bring someone else, like my best friend or somebody like that, into the channel and open up the chat for me to be willing to open myself to another whole bunch of relationships that inevitably fail. Like all the previous ones in my entire life. I've got about I can count on one hand the successful friendships or relationships or family that I have. One hand. You understand? Not two. One. There's the three people alive in my inner circle. There's my best friend and my other best friend, who is one of those three in the inner circle, and my parents. So yeah, I can count on two hands, actually. It's 6 people. 6 people. I think there's 13 on my Facebook. Yeah. And understand, it's not that you're not an awesome person, and it's not, and it is that I don't want to be your friend, but it's not because I don't like you. It is because, like, I don't trust the public. I do not trust the public. I don't expect them to do me well. I don't want a relationship with them. I don't really want to talk to them. I want it to be this selfish, shitty, one-way, 50-year recording of my life, like Henry Darger and The Realms of the Unreal. This is Skycat's story. It's not anybody else's story. I wasn't doing this for the same reasons that anybody else did.
Please tell me what that means in the comments.
I don't care if they give me any money. I don't care if they give me money. I don't care if they watch my channel. I don't care if I sit with Tupac for the rest of my life. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And that's very weird. I'd be very good with that. That'd be okay. And and that's how you know, like, you know, like something about it. It's like a calling. It's kind of like a calling. It doesn't matter what the reception is. You're still gonna do it. It's like you were born to do it. You know. It's not only the gaming, it's also the streaming and the constant fucking barrage of words.
So from August of 2019,
like him,
Harley Dilly would post to the Harley...
Like him. So you might think that he's doing this directed, like, fucking totally edited thing, and he's like a construct or whatever, but no, Wavy Web Smurf will sit there with you all day and all night and talk about crazy internet things that he knows about. He can do this all day, all night. It'll exhaust him, and he'll be tired, and he'll want to calm down, and he'll be like, "Don't you want to go for a drink or something? I don't really want to talk about this anymore." It'll be like, "I do this all day for a living. I don't want to talk like this all day anymore. I want to chill out or whatever, right?" But he will talk all day and all night about what he knows about the internet. He has it. He has that gift. He has the gift of gab. It's like a compulsion. You can't stop it. He'll sit there and he'll just keep talking. Trust me. And that is not something I saw in the kid.
Dilly 2.0 YouTube channel.
And it's helped me to understand what I think is necessary to be successful in this business. Which is not only the type A personality, but now it's the gift of gab. It's talking all day, all night long, 12, 14 hours. Doesn't fucking matter.
And after creating this channel, he seemed full of energy and was excited for the future.
Even repeating yourself. Even that.
Stating in one video that the depression was over.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm out of it.
Is over.
In his first video, he would declare that his main goal would be to reach 1,000 subscribers within the next 2 years.
But now we are on to bigger...
You're too young for that, boy.
Things.
Go to school. You are too young for that. Nobody wants you to turn into Logan Paul. Look at what it did to them. You know? I mean, yeah, it's a success story, but it's also, trust me, I think their lives are kind of a nightmare. You know? Their lives are kind of a nightmare. And you're too young for that. Keep them off YouTube. Parents, keep them off YouTube. They can watch stuff. Don't let them be stars. If he wants to be a star, I want him to be a star on YouTube for kids. And adults can't watch that. And everybody's ID'd. And, you know, and he can entertain kids his own age. But I do not want him on YouTube. I don't want kids on YouTube. I'm sorry. I know it's fucked up, but I mean, look at what it did to Jojo Siwa. Look at what it. I mean, not to say these people are bad or anything's wrong with them. I'm saying that the circus that it makes their lives is not really acceptable for a child. You understand? It happens every once in a while when we need child actors and stuff. There's like a necessity for it. Children do belong in as thespians, I think. But a child trying to be famous and attaining fame and becoming an idol this young without something like music as just a streamer or a content provider, I'm not so sure about that. I'm okay with him making his millions off of YouTube Kids. I'm not okay with it on YouTube. I'm not okay with it. I do not want kids being streamers on YouTube. Not at all.
Do a YouTube channel.
Do you understand? Because I really feel like most of the time his audience is going to be older than 18. It's weird, but like if he has any clout at all, every 75 of the 100 people that come through his channel, sure, it's going to be a bunch of kids. It is. But I mean, also it's going to be a bunch of adults because it's the internet. And I really question why there isn't a YouTube Kids yet.
The goal is to reach 1,000 subs.
Yeah, on YouTube Kids. I don't want you to have 1,000 subs on YouTube because it's going to be old dudes. It's going to be creepy old dudes. It's going to be like 330 kids and 700 dudes. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but it is. It sucks like that, but it's true. It's Rule 31 or whatever it is, and I'm sorry, but I just don't want kids on YouTube. I'm sorry. Maybe that's a little bit exclusionary, but like I think if you look at what it did to Shane Dawson,
in the next 2
he has a good life, but I mean, I would say that is a public figure with so much interest and probably so many stalkers and so much problems and craziness because of it. And you know, they moved to Lakewood, Colorado because because LA is too crazy for them. If LA is too crazy for you, you shouldn't have been a child star, you know? And I feel this about this kid.
Most of the content on this channel would consist of gaming videos with him playing games revolving around Madden, particularly Madden Mobile, because apparently his family had taken away all of his gaming consoles for bad behavior.
On his cell phone.
And the phone version of Madden was all that he had left. Speaking of Harley's parents,
that's what
they
they
shared
do.
Their thoughts regarding Harley's online presence.
Oh, she used to pull the internet cord. She would smash the TV. She would oh god, yeah, like I was such an addict. Like, you know, it was and she watched her brother kill himself. Not like literally, but he committed suicide with a shotgun after a drug addiction. So she had previously watched somebody go through the throes of addiction. And she immediately saw this behavior in me when I was like 8 years old. And I can't imagine what kind of nightmare that must have been for her. That's me being killed? Yes, it is. Oops. But yeah, at the age of 8, I was already showing the same sort of addict behavior towards Super Mario Brothers 3 and Duck Hunt that her younger brother who was passed, you know, rest in peace. You know, I was showing the same exact behavior at the age of 8, and this terrified her. She fought it. She battled it. She wouldn't let me buy a console till I was 12 something. I didn't get a computer until I was 15. It wouldn't run anything but Diablo 2 and Half-Life 1. And I didn't touch an MMORPG until Final Fantasy XI in the Counter-Strike era of 2003, something like that. And the day that I went to Final Fantasy XI, I had done it before on PSO, but that was a 4-player game. When I got to Final Fantasy XI and I realized that I could be a healer and take care of people for the rest of my life and be in a party, having fun, having the time of that Dunes party was probably the second best thing that ever happened to me, maybe. The first Dunes party I ever did on Final Fantasy XI. I was like, you mean I can be a white mage and heal people for the rest of my life and be this badass doctor who is revered in his community? And this is what my life was, too. This is exactly what I did. I became one of the world's best healers. I did. I have the accolades and all the shit to prove it, and all the friends and all the proof, and all, I can pull my friend Beg on if you want. I mean it's true. I'm almost glad healer, you know, and definitely like top 10 like WoW healer, and one of the best priests in the world, and like that never ended for me. I still want that. I still really want to be a healer for other people really bad, but they don't make it anymore. I have a white mage, but I'm trying to get to 75 on BST first, and then I will go back to partying on white mage, but I need money for all those scrolls. The scrolls were hundreds of grand when I was making $3 grand a day. You know, it was horrible. It was like, so now I'm gonna white mage after BST, and then summoner after that. But I'm definitely gonna do BST and then white mage and then black mage and then summoner. And I always wanted to do this, and I abandoned this character at one point and gave all this loot away, but I still want to chase that dream where I'm just a badass healer in the scene who takes care of 6-man parties all the time and is really good at it. And I'm a good healer. I used to tank and DPS and heal for all of my Final Fantasy parties. I used to tank on Samurai.
Your skill has increased.
I would pull on Bard and I would heal. With a second account.
Your skill has increased.